Do you want to put your chess skills to the test? Now it's your move. Welcome to the world's largest chess tournament. You can look forward to the Grenke Chess Open with prize money of €70,000 and the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with prize money of €215,000 and a place in the 2027 FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. This is your chance to compete against the best players in the world, such as Magnus Carlsen and Vincent. Are you ready?
With beautiful weather setting the tone for Day 4, the Grenke Chess Festival continues. More than 3,500 players from 56 nations are part of this year's festival, bringing together cultures, stories, and unique paths to the board.
What's your name and where are you from?
I'm Matteo. I'm from Italy, from Milan.
I'm Julian and I'm from Colombia.
My name is Uban and I'm from Syria.
Sabri from Turkey.
My name is Jamateus Rako and I'm from Philippines.
And by midday, Vincent had already delivered one of the defining moments of the day. After Hans Niemann's blunder with Rook E1, Kamer took the win and moved into the lead at the top of the standings.
I think you would expect the game to end in a draw, but I saw that it was a bad move. Yeah, I don't think there was much for him to defend. But there were still 3 very tough rounds left, and of course a lot can happen there.
What followed was a showdown everyone had been waiting for.
Good morning, everyone. A very happy Easter Monday. We are here live from Karlsruhe. The sun is shining. We will come to that later, what it means for the tournament, but a beautiful day. My name is Peter Leko, and I'm joined with a very special co-commentator today, Michael Marin. Welcome. I'm so happy to have you here. What are your feelings being here now at Grenke?
Hello, Peter. Hello, everybody. First of all, I never had the pleasure, honor to play with you, but I'm pleased to join you in the comments. Of course, it's a great festival, and I'm happy to talk a bit about it.
Yes, we have had some crazy days, and especially yesterday, the second game when Vincent played against Magnus Carlsen, that was very emotional. Not for me personally, for Magnus himself. After the game, he revealed that, yeah, it was the tournament who reached such a boiling peak that it was basically almost impossible to get any oxygen. And that's why I talked about the sun. Yeah, it's beautiful when there is the break, you go out, you get energy from the sun. But while playing there with 4,000, almost 4,000 players in this spectacular playing hall, and all the tension, all the crowd cheering for the top players to try to get the title, then things get completely out of control, not only over the board, but also off the board. And here we see the standings after round 7. Vincent is leading alone on 6.5 points out of 7, an incredible run. Magnus Carlsen has stopped him. And we see that there is no guarantee for anything. Still 2 more runs to go. Alexei Sarana with 6 points, Pranav and Maxim Vasilyev as well. So 3 guys just half a point behind. And then look at those players. And here we see the pairings. So the official board number 1 is now Vincent against Alexei Sarana. And after that, we have Pranav versus Maxim Vasilyev. The other pairings, Jakuboev against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus is trailing by a point, but believe me, he's within striking distance because everything is so close to each other and so much nerves will be involved in these last 2 rounds. We also see a legendary pairing, Gatakamsky. I'm so happy. I'm pretty sure that Mikhail shares my sentiment. Seeing Gatakamsky there playing against Nodirbek Abdusatov, clash of generation, clash of titans, and Artur Yusupov against Levon Aronyan as well. So we have plenty of fun.
Yes, it feels like yesterday that Gata was a boy just climbing the hierarchy, until the match with Karpov.
Yes, we are already seeing that players are arriving. Nyepo, I had breakfast once again with Nyepo. He's also in a very cheerful mood. And let's head to the playing hall to hear it from Sven.
Deutet sich ein wunderbarer Tag nicht nur beim Wetter an.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the last round here in Karlsruhe. It's a beautiful sunny day and we are very, very excited to see the last 2 and all the exciting rounds today.
Ja, ich habe noch ein paar Ankündigungen zu machen. Heute um 14 Uhr wird ein Gedächtnisweltmeister, der Simon Reinhardt, im VIP-Raum einen Impulsvortrag halten. Zu diesem Zeitpunkt ist der VIP-Raum für alle offen. Das heißt, jeder kann an diesem Impulsvortrag teilnehmen und Reinhard Simon wird uns einige Themen zum Thema Gedächtnistraining erzählen.
Today at 2 o'clock we will have a special presentation by Simon Reinhardt, a memory world champion, on impulses. That will be at 2 o'clock in the VIP room. So today at 2 the VIP room will be open to everyone who would like to attend.
Ja, und jetzt haben wir einen ganz besonderen Gast, wie es sich für diese Bühne gehört. Wir haben lauter Supergroßmeister hier in dieser vorletzten Runde, aber diesmal auch Prominenz wieder mit Johanna Schmidt. Johanna Schmidt ist Mitglied der World Chess Hall of Fame im St. Louis Chess Club. Johanna war Vize-deutsche Meisterin im Kickboxen und bayerische Meisterin ebenso im Kickboxen vor noch ein paar Jahren und hatte eine genetische Erkrankung, die jetzt dazu eben führt, dass sie im Rollstuhl sitzt. Sie spielt hier mit auf Einladung von Herrn Roman Krulich. Herr Krulich ist einer der Sponsoren des Deutschen Schachbundes und der Roman Krulich hat im Rahmen einer Charity-Veranstaltung einen Platz ersteigert, um hier auf der Bühne den ersten Zug machen zu können. Und diesen Platz hat er der Johanna Schmidt, die in München oder in der Nähe von München lebt, geschenkt.
Today we have a very special guest who will be making the ceremonial first move on Magnus's board. It is Johanna Schmidt. Johanna is a member of the Hall of Fame in St. Louis. She is also playing in this tournament. She was a vice German champion in the youth categories and she will also be in charge of drawing this position for round 8.
Ja, Johanna hat übrigens über 50% im Turnier, hat 4 Punkte in den ersten 7 Runden geholt. Und Johanna wird jetzt erstmal die Auslosung machen. Das heißt, Sebastian und Fiona werden die Maschine in Gang setzen und dann werden wir die Bälle zu Johanna tragen. Sie wird dann die Stellung ziehen, die heute gespielt wird.
Today the draw is going to be slightly different. I'll still pull out the table and then we'll get the glass bowl over to Johanna where she will draw the position. So let's start. Okay, and now I believe Julia is going to be in charge of safely bringing the bowl over, and we are going to find out in a second the number of the first position of the day. So the first position is number 332, number 332, Stellung 332. Thank you so much, Johanna. You can give her another round of applause.
So, Johanna darf dann aber auch noch den ersten Zug machen. Ich bitte an allen Brettern des Freestyle Opens um zügigen Aufbau der Stellung. Du kannst jetzt schon hinfahren, wenn du möchtest. Vielen Dank, Johanna Schmidt. Vielen Dank, Ufuk. Die Partien sind frei. Viel Spaß, seid fair zueinander.
You may start your games. Good luck. Das heißt, macht jetzt jemand dieses.
And we have a new starting position, number 332. The numbers never really tell us anything. We have to see the position. And we see another kind of very interesting position because it looks like, yes, it is a freestyle position, but still there are some normal things, yeah, like the king in the center, king on e1, queen on d1, the original starting position. It feels like this is quite a harmonious position with the bishops on g1 and b1. Normally then you advance the f pawns, f and c pawns, then automatically the bishops come to life. I feel that it's a very harmonious position. I'm a little bit surprised by the evaluation that the computer says that, wow, actually white might have a serious advantage here. And of course, one of the main reasons is that take a look at that g7 pawn. The g7 pawn is a very vulnerable spot. So in fact, that explains why the computer says that the move knight h1 to g3, heading towards h5 or f5, winning the game on the spot because the g7 pawn is unprotected, which means that black will have to react. Black will have to waste the tempo in order to secure that pawn, and it's not even that easy to protect that. So there is some headache for black. Of course, white players will try to find the way to use this. But we also see that some other moves are also kind of natural. For white, f4, c4, opening up the bishops. I think this is one of those more special positions that we haven't really seen that black can eventually potentially get into trouble very early on. But the players are great. The players are brilliant. They will probably find a way to deal with this. And I would like to ask you, Michael, how much experience do you have with freestyle, with Fischer random chess, and what do you make of this starting position?
Well, my experience ends 20 years ago when I played in Ciudad Real. But I must say, first of all, if Taras saw this position with the knights in the corner, he would be outraged. But Steinitz, you remember his knight h8 against Laska?
Yes.
He would be delighted to have the knights defending something. But I feel that white has the initiative, yes. knight g3, but maybe then f5, knight h5, rook f7. I see this continuation.
But then you already cannot castle short anymore. Yeah, that's
yes.
That's a question.
Yes, but White has the initiative on the first move, which is remarkable.
However, what surprises me and shocks me that Nyepo played c4 so quickly. Yeah, that we know, of course, Nyepo, this is his trademark, that he likes to push the opponent not only on the board but also on the clock. However, that he had this chance to start with knight g3 and threaten immediately with some very unpleasant questions with knight h5 and knight f5. It surprises me. The other players are taking their time. Pranav apparently had a move. We will be seeing it pretty soon. And we also see, so 1 c4 is like the thematic move. Yakuboyev has played c4, Pranav has played f4, and Vincent Keimer is taking his time. Yeah, Vincent is, of course, very experienced in freestyle. He does not want to rush. He wants to understand. He wants to compare all his possibilities at the very first move. And
you know, I have been playing the English opening for 20-25 years. But I never had such an active rook after move 1.
Yes, you needed to prepare that, yes?
Yes. And also, I also played the bird for a whole year, and I never had this feeling of rook's activity.
Yes. Yeah, the point is like, it's a little bit confusing that the kings in the center, king e1, king e8, and then rook f1, rook f8, you don't see that very often. Of course, you don't see it at all in classical chess. But actually, once the g1 bishop is developed, or the g8 bishop, White can just castle. This is one of these things that, of course, in freestyle chess you have to keep an open eye that what kind of castles are possible and how they change the evolution of the position. You have to be super careful. In this moment, I would like to use the opportunity to mention that you mentioned this English being your territory. When your book came out, I remember that many super grandmasters were praising it and was saying that actually I'm building my repertoire based on Mikhail Marin's book, just telling everyone that what a big respect your books are having.
Oh, that's very nice to hear, of course. I am pleased. I still play the English, actually.
Of course, English is a forever love, no?
Yes. Actually, I cheated on the English with knight f3 for a few years, but now I'm very much again into c4. And it's funny that Caruana played 2 games which are very close to my repertoire. Actually, now in the first and the 6th round, he went on my new latest, let's say, repertoire.
Wow. Yeah,
I had just shown I'm the captain of the Italian women team, and just the Wednesdays before that, the 2 Wednesdays before I had these positions with them.
Wow!
So that was, I mean, now they should respect me more. They didn't have any reaction, but I mentioned that look, somebody is a spy here. They revealed secrets to Caruana.
Yes, this is fantastic. Yeah, we all know that you have also worked with Judith Polgar. In 2005 period, I remember when she also had
we
this
worked a lot together. I mean, okay, as a sparring partner, I was visiting her in Budapest 2-3 times a year. But then, yes, after her 14 months break, because she gave birth to the first child, she asked me, and I kindly obliged, to be her second in 3 tournaments in 2005. And that was a thrilling experience, of course. I don't think I helped her so much in chess, but somehow we're joking and maybe...
Yeah, the chemistry is very often very important.
Yes, I mean, we really had a lot of fun, and probably this helped her. Because he reached, that year, she reached the highest position in the men's ranking, 8th place.
8th place, of course, yeah, that was legendary. And now with the Queen of Chess out there in Netflix, I guess you're also extremely proud that you have contributed to her success.
Yes, it's nostalgic, let's say. Yes, I'm glad that I have been allowed to be part of it, let's say.
Yeah, fantastic. And I just wanted to head immediately actually to our camera because Nodirbek Abdusatulov is playing against our very dear friend Gata Kamsky, who played the first move f4 and he's satisfied. He gets up, goes for a walk. Good old school of chess. Yeah, because very often when you go for a walk, it means that you are calming your nerves. At least that was one of my main reasons for a nice little walk.
He used to play the Leningrad Dutch a lot, yes?
Yes.
So f4 is natural somehow.
It's a turbocharged Leningrad Dutch. Yeah, and there we see the confidence in Nodirbek Abdusatov that he's fearless. All right, Gatakamsky, a legend, plays f4. I'm going to play c5. I'm going to stick to my guns. I'm also opening up my bishop. It's like opposition. Yeah, f4 opens up the g1 bishop. Then I'm going to go c5, opening up my b8 bishop, making good use of that rook on c8. We also get the chance to look at and there we have Gatakamsky.
Aha.
So nice to see Gata. I'm so happy. Of course, I'm rooting for both gentlemen, but of course, one feels biased for a colleague like Gatakamsky. I played my very first game in '95 against him.
Oh.
That is 31 years ago. I'm already losing my mind, so I'm very good in counting. I'm just calling it out by intuition. It should be something like this. Yeah, amazing player and also a wonderful person.
So it seems that the players are not, I mean, they are more on Steinitz's side. They are not worried about the knights, the cornered knights. They want their rooks and bishops out. They think that the knights are well placed. Because usually in chess you say that the bishops are developed on the initial square. I mean,
but look at this, what happened. Just when you call out, they are keeping the knights.
No.
The knights join the party. Let's be part of the game. Knight b3 hitting the c5 pawn, which means that black will have to react to this move.
Is that some sort of Alekhine, reverse Alekhine, yes? Reti Alekhine, Baden-Baden, c4, knight. No, but the knight will go to h5 actually, yes?
Yeah, well, here let's just maybe, can we get back that graphics one more time? Gatakamsky's road all the way up till here. We see that he had a slow start. He drew in the very first round, which means in an open tournament that then suddenly you get easier opponents. Then he won one, and then he had two draws against two ladies, Alexandra Kostenyuk and Anna Shukman. And then he won two more games against not so famous players, and then suddenly he jumps and catches the guys like Nodirbek Abdusatov, who has been fighting on the top boards. Of course, against completely different opposition. This is the uniqueness of open tournament. The real test is, of course, right here, right now, against Abdusatov for Gatakamsky. And I believe very similar thing applies to Artur Yusupov, another legend that we will be probably checking out. He has played against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, one of the top guys, in the middle of the tournament. Then he lost, and then he came back as well, and he's fighting there. As again near the top. This is a unique event. Yeah, everybody gets a chance. Everybody is in the mix, and it's so nice to see.
You mentioned Gata's two draws against two ladies, two women players, and actually for them this is very important because there are 3 qualifying spots for the World Championship. So I was speaking with Stefanova yesterday. So yeah, this is very serious for them. Even they are lost somewhere in the crowd, but still, top 3 women, is essential.
Yeah, that will be, I believe, even maybe decide on some tiebreak regular, because the race is so close that 3 ladies finishing more or less, or even more ladies finishing more or less at the same scores is a very high probability. There we see 60,000 first prize, even the 10th place is 3,000. The winner of the A Open qualifies for the FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship, Chess World Championship 2027 in February in Weissenhaus. That's the big ticket, that's the main goal of everyone. We already know that Magnus Carlsen and Nodirbek Abdusatov has automatically qualified because they took, Magnus is actually the reigning FIDE Freestyle World Chess Champion, let's call it out. I believe I have forgotten to mention it because in my mind this is so normal. I have been there in Weissenhaus, I have witnessed this firsthand together with Judith. We were calling out the action, and David Havel, Tanya Sajdev, and James Patterson. So things are really, really dramatic the last day. Yeah, everybody's fighting for that one ticket. Magnus, of course, fighting for the title. He wants to win the tournament.
He's a player by excellence. He's a player by definition. Maybe like Karpov in his days. For Karpov, it was important to play, to win. And I think Carlsen is at least as ambitious.
Of course, yeah. He's, how many? 21 World Championship titles? Or it was 21 in Doha, and then, okay, I'm losing track. just winning everything. Yeah, let's just not forget. Yeah, I called out he's the reigning FIDE Freestyle World Chess Champion. He's the Rapid World Champion, and he's also the Blitz World Champion. Doha, he again managed to win the double. Just incredible. This consistency, being able to handle any kind of format, time control, and so on. But there is this big heartache for all the chess fans that we are missing him very much in the classical portion.
I don't know if it's fake news or not, but I read on Facebook that he announced he's ready to come back to the cycle.
Really?
I saw it these days.
Wow. Okay, I'm stuck
sure.
Here in the studio. You know, I'm like
no,
9.5
something like
hours.
he was inspired by the fact that Fabiano was doing well in the candidates, and somehow he's okay. I read it briefly. I have to check it.
Wow, we will have to ask him
Yes.
if we get a chance. Wow, that would be sensational, because I'm always saying that, of course, yeah, Magnus Carlsen, the greatest player of all times, having him in any tournament, and of course as a world champion. And I also believe that, for example, for young players or anyone like Dinglen when he became world champion, also Gukesh being the youngest world champion, it puts so much pressure on them, yeah, because you know that Magnus Carlsen, the best player in the world, has not participated in this event, yeah, and always people compare you with them. And of course, Gukesh has the potential, he's extremely young, to maybe in the future reach absolutely into Magnus's footsteps. But in order to do that, I think what he needs is quiet situation, that he can just focus on himself, focus on development, yeah, because he's so young. But okay, that's a completely different topic. Let's look at the games. We have c4, c5. I would call it a classical English if it would be classical, if it would be classical chess. One of the things that one has to pay attention, I learned it from Vincent, that in such situations, a move like bishop e4 can be often very tricky, because how do you deal with this? So when just making any simple natural move in freestyle, you have to double, triple check that, wait a second, what kind of motifs are we dealing with? This case now clearly black with the queen will protect that pawn, so here it might not be so critical, but in general grounds. And if we look at one more time maybe the bird's eye view, because we were talking about other interesting things in the chess world, but let's just quickly acknowledge the fact that nobody on the top boards has played one move knight g3, which was the absolute top line of the engine. It's a big question that, was it because well, no, everybody noticed the move knight g3 for sure, but maybe they felt like it's a little bit premature to play for this kind of stuff, and it can also backfire, because the good news for black was that against knight g3 will be, I think, getting this up later in the board. Black could maybe play e5, occupy the center, and then react to again any of this knight h5 with the queen defense on g5, and that's why they thought like, okay, let us first occupy the center, and this motive might not run away.
I wanted to talk about a bit about the harmony of this position, because okay, you need maybe both squares, g3 and b3 for the knights, maybe only one of them, maybe that one knight can go to c2, but there's not a problem, because you cannot develop your bishop in fianchetto. So you don't need the move g3 or b3. Not now. There would be some sort of concessions actually. So I mean, the knight needs that square, but the pawn doesn't. So nothing is really spoiled in terms of coordination.
Yes, this is kind of very nice when you make one pawn move and your pieces are already coming to life.
Yes.
The reason why white might move the bishop on g1 or g8 later and black on g8, that you want to castle. The bishop on b1 stays there unless there is this bishop e4 motive which suddenly creates a huge problem for black. Otherwise, that bishop stays. We have already, I think, noticed, maybe we have also talked about, but it was not exactly that we reached any of these special positions of freestyle where sometimes the knights are moving to c2 and f2 from the corner. And it supports the position very nicely. In this position, I think we can rule that out, because with bishops on b1 and g1, clearly you want to keep those diagonals open, and then knight b3, knight g3 will be the natural development. Yakuboyev is playing against Magnus Carlsen. C4, C5 is on. However, Vincent Karmer is leading the tournament. I think it is fair to run there, immediately there to check out what's in store for us. And there's some direct confrontation.
Some sort of gambit almost, no? Queen's gambit or whatever.
But with the rook on c1.
Yeah,
it's kind of nice to play a gambit when it's not a gambit, right? It's,
in the English opening after d takes c4, I sometimes play a4, knight a3. I take with the rook on a3, rook c3, rook takes c4. But here is it's on the board. I mean, the rook is there.
Yes.
So
but now we see that the very first move, and always, especially in freestyle, even in classical, when I do the commentary, I like to go back in order to understand and appreciate what happened, to have the absolute overview. So Vincent started with f4, and Sarana, maybe he was one of the very few. We have seen Abdusatov playing c5, opening up the bishop, but Sarana, who is maybe not that experienced in freestyle chess, at least in classical time control, he played according to the classical rules of chess. Okay, against f4, I'm going to occupy the center with d5. And then suddenly Vincent spent quite some time, like 10 minutes, and opted for c4. And I believe, because I cannot judge, I'm not as good in freestyle, of course, as Vincent. Yeah, we see Sarana capturing on c4, that these top players who have played so much last year, this incredible Grand Slam tour, they have tremendous experience, and they also have confidence that, wait a second, I feel that here I have the right to spend 10 minutes or even maybe more to understand that is the critical move that I feel that it could be critical, really working according to my feelings, my instincts. And I feel like f4, d5, c4, if Vincent would have not played the move c4 and we would have been speculating, I think we would have been in the dark that, okay, is this really so great? Because if rook takes c4, then knight b6 might come with the tempo. Who benefits from this also? Playing some f6 and then developing the bishop also is something of a point, but these top guys have quite some experience, so it's always fascinating to see them in action.
Actually, I told you that I played only once in freestyle 20 years ago, but unfortunately that was a blitz tournament. So, I mean, to play freestyle, I mean, your first and only tournament in blitz, I mean, you don't get so much.
Exactly.
I mean, you need time, because you mentioned that he spent 10 minutes on, yeah, you need some time to take such decisions. Whether it's good or not, we'll see, but...
Yeah, well, we have the evil bar confirming that the computer likes this choice. Look at this Nyapo, how interested he is about the position, because, yeah, not only it caught my attention, but also Duda was checking it out. This is such a special kind of moment, like c4, d takes c4, rook c4, activating that rook. Yes, if it works, it's fantastic.
Some ironic expression on Nepo's face, no? Did you also feel that he was something amused? No? Did you have this feeling, or?
Well, it is a very special, that's why we are also talking about it. Yeah, if it would have been just some natural kind of neutral sequence, then that's a different story. I believe also we have to highlight that normally in chess, nobody is rooting against anyone or like this, but in this tournament situation, when Magnus Carlsen is leading alone, I'm pretty sure that all the players who are playing at the stage, they are thinking like, okay, Alexei, please stop Vincent. Yeah, this is kind of the, because we know that the first place is the qualification spot for the Freestyle World Chess Championship. And in this regard, if Vincent wins this game, then it is very likely that he will win the event. So making a draw, or of course, if even Sarana would be able to beat Vincent, that would be brilliant news for all the other players who are trying to get that ticket.
Even for Carlsen, who is 1 point, if he's trailing by 1 point. I mean, even he would have a serious chance to. But of course.
But he already qualified, so it's for him about winning the tournament.
Yeah, but I mean, we agree that he's like Karpov. Yes, that he wants to play, he wants to win, he wants to crush.
Of course.
But okay, but at the same time, for Vincent, it would be very nice to win on German soil. I mean.
Yeah, don't tell it to me. Yes, of course. Yes. Yesterday, whoever watched, and we hope that a lot of you have watched the game. yeah, that was absolutely insane. Things were out of control. Vincent outplayed Magnus on his territory in some strategical battle. Then Magnus, in his interview to the Norwegian TV, said that, yeah, it was some kind of a miracle that he survived, he didn't lose that game. And exactly that was my sentiment, that I understood that when suddenly in time trouble things turned, Magnus Carlsen, thanks to his incredible resourcefulness, managed to mount a comeback with this short castle, which Vincent certainly had missed at some point in the game. That was a turning point. And then I started to worry so much for Vincent, because he played such a brilliant game. He had 6 out of 6. And if he loses that game in that fashion, that loss can have a devastating effect that can completely ruin your tournament. So I was just unable to control my emotions. The game finished draw, and I felt like the draw was the result with which both players can live with, because it was such a dramatic encounter.
No, but Vincent seems to be quite even psychologically. But okay, but a point would be a point. That would be something objective. I'm not sure if maybe there are some other players, okay, better not say names, who would be devastated by a loss. But I think Vincent is kind of maybe not so experienced as others, but still young. But he's even psychologically. At least what he shows during the game.
Yes, he's even. But I was also kind of trying to be even all my life. But when you lose a tragic game where you feel like you outplayed the best player in the world in a very great fashion, and then you missed one move which turned the tables, and then you don't know what to play for. Should I already shut it down, or should I still try? And then finally something bad, and look at something bad happens. That's very difficult to deal with. Here we see Vincent Keimer's road to 6.5 out of 7. Look at this from run number 3. Georg Mayer, Volodymyr Murtsin, Nodirbek Yakuboyev, Hans Niemann, 7th round Magnus Carlsen, and we are talking, and now Alexei Sarana, we are talking about double round tournament. And I'm so happy that I feel all the pain. I'm extremely exhausted. My voice is disappearing and so on, because this case I can relate to the players. How do they feel by playing on stage, giving their absolute maximum in each and every game?
Actually, I must confess that I chickened out. I was invited to play, but we came 2,000 kilometers by car to bring my wife's paintings. She has an exhibition here. And I said, well, after 2,000 kilometers of driving, playing 9 rounds in practically 4 days is, I'm
That's
not sure.
Another challenge, yes.
But then I started looking at these freestyle games, and I felt that my fingers would, and I'm glad that we are now here to comment, because I get, maybe it's the first step to
to get the inspiration also
for a next participation. Let's say.
I can tell you that I'm talking with all the top players. What are your feelings and the double rounds? And already last year was a sensational meeting with Alexander Grishuk in the elevator, like 9:20, running for the last day's 8th round, and then I asked him, like, I was expecting normally I would be dead and Alexander would be dead at that moment. Yeah, we are just not used to waking up too early. And I said, yeah, double runs. And he said, yes, but it's freestyle, it's Fischer random, which means that you don't need to worry about preparation. You bring your energy to the game, and you spend the energy at the board. And this was the vision of Fischer actually with the freestyle chess, that you don't burn yourself out in the preparation. But you keep your energy, you have a good sleep, you don't have to think during the night what I'm going to do next day, because you don't have even the knowledge of which position you are dealing with. So the best thing is to forget about chess, have a good walk, have a nice dinner, have a good sleep, wake up, and then come to the board with all the creativity, energy, determination to show your best.
You know, I'm frequently doing that in normal tournaments, actually. I mean, when I play in Sevilla, I would not switch on my computer. Sevilla is such a beautiful city. I would walk the whole morning, and then, then eventually, I know with who I'm playing, but I don't care about what. I don't know what I'm playing myself on move 2 or 3.
And you anyway a system player, I think, yeah? That you like English opening, where you have a very good understanding, you have your move orders.
Yes, and I can choose because it's like an octopus, the English. I mean, you can play like this. Like there are many and I don't know what I'm playing myself. So how is he supposed to know what I'm going to play if I don't know? I mean, move 2, 3, 4. Yeah, and with black, of course, it's trickier, but okay, with black I can also invent things. So, but of course, it's better to look a bit. But sometimes I have this freshness. I mean, I just play. I mean,
yeah, you have the energy.
Yes.
And also now when there are all these super engines, the preparation can be extremely painful because the computer, no matter what kind of idea you come up with, the computer neutralizes it in 2 seconds. Yeah, immediately you see 0-0, no advantage, no hope, nothing.
It's depressing, yeah.
And I mean, it's very depressing, yes.
And with the black, you are losing. Like Petrosian said.
Yeah, things are out of control. But yeah, let's enjoy now the bird's eye view. And I want to highlight, for example, Yakuboyev. Okay, first we take a look which first move had been played. This is always a very nice kind of graphics. And we see that only 6 different first moves had been played. And I will even tell something to that. But yeah, for the moment, yeah, C4, which was the most natural move, played 18 times. D4, a bit strange, because one feels like opening up the bishops has main priority 15 times. F4, very logical. So basically, in my mind, F4 and C4 equally strong. Knight G3, trying to win on the spot 11 times. E4, traditional, best by test, as Fischer used to say, E4. Well, this isn't exactly that position. And the guy who played 1 G3, I would very much like to know his name, because this is a complete troll. Yeah, he basically, I think, wanted to play the worst possible move in first move just to get this prize. And this was, I think, intentional, because I cannot imagine that he really played G3 with the intention that this is a good move. Let's just have fun.
Like Fischer's bishop takes H2 in the first game in Reykjavik, yes?
Yes. Yes.
But look how interesting the game of Vincent is becoming. That G6, I mean, aesthetically it looks very logical, but G6, okay. Maybe he wants to play H5, I don't know.
Yeah, well, he had to defend, yeah, against, because you remember the knight was threatening to
go to
win the game on the spot. And let's just go back to the starting position, to the absolute starting position, and because I promised to tell everyone that I believe the reason why we haven't seen too many knight G3s is that seemingly it's very difficult to deal with this. However, there is a good way, at least humanly speaking, that black could eventually play one of these e-pawn moves, e6, e5, and then against any kind of knight h5, meet it with queen g5, hitting the knight and protecting the pawn. And that's why it might feel like it is premature. And the move f4 that Vincent played was, I believe, aimed at stopping the move e5, and next move he very much would like to kind of target that weakness. D5 happened, then maybe he felt like the queen can eventually also come out like this, protecting, so he opens a new front with c4, dc rook c4, and the move c6, which opens the bishop. Let me make the move.
Without weakening anything?
Yes, without weakening anything. However, this gave Vincent, okay, I have to make the move myself for some technical reasons, c6, and then the move knight g3 appeared on the board.
You have it as a subline there.
Yes, it will after
but
clarify.
You know, I was thinking, you know, in classical chess there are so many symmetrical variations, the Czech-Slav, the symmetrical English, the Petrov, whatever. But here, a symmetrical game could end very quickly. Knight g3, knight g6, knight h5, knight h4, knight takes g7, check. Okay,
yes.
Which is a mate.
Also here, let's just highlight one more time. One careless move, and it loses the game on the spot.
Yes.
So, of course, for this reason, Sarana has played the move g6, which is a little bit an awkward move, because the knight on h8 will have some trouble, but since probably black had anyway no chance of putting that knight on g6 because of the knight h5 threat, I very much believe that Sarana is counting on potentially use that tempo hitting the rook on c4 with f6 or f5.
And then e5 maybe also, yes?
And also the knight will...
Knight f7, e5, takes with the knight maybe, yeah.
The knight comes out, yes. So it is very interesting. We see that the computer likes white's position very much, but I also feel that this position has the tendency that white has to be very energetic. because you play slowly, you give couple of moves for black, and black will coordinate, and black can actually have a very harmonious position.
Yeah, okay, now the question is whether you want to keep your rook active. For instance, knight b3, f6, or f5, rook d4. If you want to do something like that. I mean, in the English opening, sometimes you do such things.
Yes, but where does this rook go then? Yeah, it blocks the bishop.
Yeah.
Okay, black would just sidestep, for example, with the queen to c7.
Yeah, I mean, okay, and maybe now e4. I mean, just to you are better developed.
Yes.
You have 3 pieces out, and okay, black only has the queen out, which.
However, let's just say f takes e4, for example.
So something is it's not really hanging there. Yeah. Knight takes maybe, or bishop to develop the bishop as well and threaten f5 maybe.
Yeah, for example, bishop takes.
Of course, the king is in the center.
Let's play something like knight b6.
Maybe bishop e3 to get castled.
Yeah, I would like to put something on d5. I don't know if the bishop or the knight, because this will be my outpost. And maybe go long castle. Let's not forget, yeah, just like we mentioned that short castle is possible, long castle is possible as well, but only possible if the d file is blocked.
Yes, but this would be somehow very tensioned.
Very. But already the position is such, I believe that it might go along these lines. This is the split of the position, because if white slows down at the current position, let's bring it up, yeah, g6, then, okay, black gets this tempo like knight b6, gets f5,
knight f7, e5,
puts a piece on d5,
both
blocks,
knights in the center, yes.
And immediately we see also the clock situation. One of Sarana's incredible practical skills are based on the fact that he has the confidence to play quickly, which, of course, sometimes creates the scenario that he is not playing that incredibly deep chess, but he wants to be super practical. He wants to pressure the opponent. And now Vincent is the one who has to try to do something special, and he's spending the time because he understands that if I just play slowly, then Sarana will play his trademark kind of chess, natural moves quickly, and put pressure on the clock and stabilize the position.
Yeah, okay. I remember my younger self when I knew just very few things, and I played them confidently and quickly. And I had my strengths. But when you know more, I mean, Vincent is more experienced at this level. He's also very young, but okay, he has how many years of experience. So, of course, he knows more. And then he has to make choices. And, of course, for the absolute truth, this is good. But for a practical game, okay, it's tricky.
Yes.
It's tricky how he keeps the balance between knowledge and choices and...
Yes, how aggressive he is, yeah, knowing his tournament situation. Yeah, it's clear that from my experience, the best thing for Vincent is if he sticks to his playing style, because he doesn't like simplifications, he doesn't like to look for safety. He wants to go always all in. And yesterday against Magnus Carlsen, for example, the opening became symmetrical, and suddenly then Magnus outsmarted him in the very early stages. However, then Magnus made a small inaccuracy, or maybe a serious inaccuracy, and then Vincent immediately jumped on the chance and grabbed the initiative for almost the rest of the game.
So I understand that symmetry here is very tricky, yes? It's
very tricky.
It's not like, I mean, there was this line I said with symmetrical play made in 3 moves.
Yeah, there are different symmetries here in freestyle. Yeah, there are symmetries, because one of the first things that always in freestyle games you have to calculate that what happens if your opponent mirrors white's play. Yeah, that is the very first question usually. And if you see that black can mirror without getting punished, then actually very often mirroring is a very good idea, because the player who plays with the white pieces is fighting for an initiative, fighting for advantage. And very often, like yesterday in the very first round, we had that position. And in every single board, the white players burned much more time. Black was just reacting with simple, logical, good moves, show me the money kind of attitude. And white was actually unable really to pose any problems there.
So it's a matter of luck partly, yes, because if you get black in a round when there is such a position where the symmetry is safe, then you spare energy and maybe you make an easy draw, or okay, you outplay a less strong opponent. But if you get black in a round like this, when white already has an advantage according to the computer, then it's trickier.
Yes, yeah, this is exactly one of the reasons why, for example, before we had these 2 games matches in the classical time control in the freestyle Grand Slam tour, and then there were matches when suddenly one of the sides was more lucky with the pairings, yeah? And then you are also not happy with this, that okay, not exactly best, and then the decision was to shorten the time control, but to have more games, to have 4 games matches with shorter time control, which has the benefit of trying to balance these positions out. On the other hand, in my heart and my experience covering the events all the time, also for our spectators, for us commentators and players, playing this so-called shortened classical time control with 90 minutes plus 30 seconds for the whole game gives them the chance to get into the essence of the position, to understand what we are really dealing with. When you shorten the time control to rapid, then automatically the players have no time to think about subtleties in the opening. You have to kind of rush, and then we miss out on this uniqueness of freestyle. Yes, so this is still kind of something that I very hope that in the long run, in the future, we'll get a very nice solution. But at the moment, this is where we stand.
Because it feels now that rapid in freestyle is almost like blitz in classical chess.
Yes.
And blitz in freestyle is like bullet.
Bullet, exactly. Yes.
Okay.
It is very interesting. Yeah, we have the bird's eye view. This is great. We have Vincent on our camera. And we see that so many games features this F4, F5, C4, C6 or C5 kind of moves, the thematic kind of stuff.
We have some sort of King's Gambit there. Pranav against Vashia. Many pawn moves.
Wow, okay, that is a absolutely crazy game. Just knowing the 2 gentlemen, yeah, Pranav and Maxim Vashia, both very aggressive players. Yeah, and now they are facing each other, and it seems like Maxim was the one that said, like, you know what, with knight g3 you are trying to win a tempo, because thanks to the bishop on b1 the pawn on f5 is hanging. I'm not gonna give you this chance to try to force me into defensive. I will try everything in my power to try to fight for the initiative myself.
I remember a game between Korchnoi and Gashimov. I was playing there in Regia Emilia. Korchnoi started the game with knight f3. He made some passive moves like this, okay. And then Gashimov plays a very provocative bishop f5. And then Korchnoi wakes up and he starts g4, f4, g5. And he won a piece very quickly. He didn't win the game, but so the same happened here. Okay, knight g3, okay. And then suddenly we have some crazy structure already, and maybe it will get even crazier than that.
Yes, and actually, maybe just very quickly to see the other bird's eye view for the other boards from board 7 till 12.
Ah, so he played rook d4 at once, I saw.
Okay.
Yeah, no, okay, yes.
Yes, that we'll anyway see afterwards, but for the moment, let's just quickly look around. So the c4, c5, bishop e4 kind of motif also happened in the Fedoseev game against Aryan Chopra. Yusupov against Aronyan, 2 legends of the game. And look at this, the evil baron move 5 gives serious advantage to R2 Yusupov. What an incredible sensation would it be? Of course, we are at the very early stages of the game. If suddenly R2 would pull up this sensation of the tournament.
So we'll have a fianchetto after all in Fedosev's game.
After all, yeah, the bishop gets to the long diagonal.
I already start to understand the position. I mean, is this blockade with g4 and c4? I mean, is the English philosophy. The knight on g3? No, it's already coherent, let's say. No?
Yes. Then we have
Yusupov, yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's incredibly interesting. We'll keep an eye on it. Hans Niemann against Shashi Kiran features exactly the same thematic that was featured in Pranav versus MVL, but MVL opted for e5, sacrificing a pawn, or we don't know if it's a sacrifice, in any case, fighting for initiative, rather than defend the pawn on f5. And the other players are already, I think, only on 5 points, a little bit too far away from really fighting for the title, so we're not going to go too deep into those games.
Only to say that the Nihal Sarin with Noi is also It also takes some contours of classical chess.
Yes.
Somehow. It's not really shaped until the end, but it's on the way.
Yes,
it's on
exactly.
The way.
So I think let's get back to our bird's eye view, and I believe we can pick up the Pranav Maxim Vachier-Lagrave game. Okay. By the way, now we see Nepo and Mendonça in action there as well. Wait a second, why did we have, yeah, okay, we have Pranav. Let me pull that game up in order that we get into some depths of this craziness, what we are witnessing. Let me try to analyze, but before we start, head to the starting position. So f4, that was another game like Vincent opting for f4, c5, knight g3, f5, which means that, yeah, okay, white cannot play prematurely knight h5 because then g6 comes and knight g7 check is just a check.
You lose the castle, but you win the...
You win the game, yes. So always be careful with these kind of things. So after f5, c4 was played, targeting the pawn. The bishop comes to life on b1. And black has to react. We have seen that in Hans Niemann Shashi Kiran game, black defended the pawn with g6. And then MVL said, no way, I spent quite a lot of time because I don't want to be passive, and opted for e7, e5. And Mihail, what do you think of this?
No, it gives me the feeling of some crazy gambit. I mean, e4 gambit.
Yes.
Okay, because everybody is hanging, no? So if f takes e5, then maybe g6, no?
Yeah, well, my very first question would be that after knight takes f5, what happens? Yeah, because I'm taking the pawn.
Knight takes f5, yeah.
And I'm also threatening knight takes g7. So what is that attracted the attention of Maxim against knight f5? That would be my very first question.
Yeah, maybe he wants to play for development. I don't know, queen f6.
But then stepping into this spin, yeah, it's...
No.
I don't know. I'm just highlighting that why I played some training games with Vincent, and okay, because always the qualification was like 10 minutes games, and then, okay, yeah, let's practice 10 minutes games. And the problem that I faced with freestyle was always that I'm thinking like, yeah, if I do this, that is a problem. If I do this, that is a problem. There, I have seen only problems to myself, and I was unable to play a single move with white, yes, because of this stress. And then I understood, if I'm playing with the white pieces, I have to look from the black side. And then I realized that, you know, I'm most worried of this move. Then I turned back, and then I made this move. Because otherwise my mind was just not able to deal with all the challenges that the position was bringing.
Yes. So maybe g6, but okay, g6 here.
G6,
okay,
yeah.
A positional move would be knight e3 to control d5, but then he takes f4 and a check on h4.
Yeah, this check on h4 stops me to go to h6, which is of course very bad news.
Yes, okay, knight g7 just loses the knight, and I don't think there is much.
Yes, I have to already think about, yeah, that can I sacrifice somewhere? What do I do? But yeah, it seems not. Yeah, g6 probably is the move that MVL is counting on.
So knight e3, e takes f4, knight d5, queen h4 check. But that's okay, that's just a pawn, and we have a knight on d5.
Yeah, but this I'm happy. Okay, but I can just trade it off.
Ah, you can take it.
And then I will also be able to castle immediately, and I will get a lot of dynamics.
No. And my rook c4, rook c3 is nothing.
Yes. Basically, my feeling is that g6 is kind of enough reason for a human for the moment to dismiss the move knight takes f5. Yeah, we are looking at different options. We can come back to it.
So maybe nothing is really hanging, yes?
Yeah, that's what happens, because fe5 is a little bit inviting. I don't know, f4.
F4 looks...
This bishop takes e5 will also hit the b2 pawn. Yeah, the bishop will be super active.
Defending g7 also.
Defending g7. Black has this queen h4 kind of things. So... the evil bar saying that white is clearly better here, and the computer doesn't like this, but I already understand and appreciate why Maxim felt like, wait a second, e5 is very interesting.
Actually, I feel that in freestyle chess, at least the first moves, if you think strategically, like in the English opening, let's say, or positional, this you can do, but when we talk about development and the initiative, it is not so, it is very tricky. I mean, the lines we saw now,
yes,
that is quite tricky.
And also, black is the one who activates the queen, earlier. Yeah, this queen h4 check, just to highlight that if white would have had the chance to go to h6 with the tempo hitting the bishop, then we would be known, for example, this e takes f4, knight takes g8, rook g8, it automatically feels like it's fantastic for white.
Yes, rook c3, for instance.
Yeah, in different, different angles, it's definitely light squares, and black has lost the right to castle short. Maybe just even bishop f2 and castles, and then opening up the game could lead to even a knockout blow. But the problem is that knight h6 is not possible due to queen h4 check, winning the knight, and this changes everything, which means then that after g6 we have to retreat or to sacrifice the knight, but it's not obvious how we could sacrifice.
The engine still thinks, no, this is the engine.
This is good for black.
Yes, that's bad.
Yeah, engine is completely crazy.
Apparently knight takes f5 is not the best, but the engine is
still happy.
Happy, yes.
So maybe knight g3, ef, knight e4 is that kind of a stable centralization. Maybe I like this the most.
Because queen h4 is
not really a problem, I guess. At least we pretend it's not a problem. Why it's not a problem?
G3, I thought, no? G3.
Okay, it's not the end of the, because the bishop is there as well. So g3 I take.
That's not good. Okay,
you cannot play g3.
I forgot about the bishop.
Yeah, it's very easy to forget about many things in freestyle. That's why we need also the time control, that we have time to navigate all this jungle. Imagine if this e5 position would have appeared in a 10 minutes freestyle game. Okay, look at this. By move 3, the players have already spent 25 minutes. And they have no idea. If you ask them what's going on, maybe MVL knows. Okay, Pranav is also incredibly gifted in all this chaotic craziness. We have just seen some games yesterday from him. Sensational player navigating all this jungle. But even for them, this is a challenge.
Yeah, I mean, my style is, let's say, this Keimer game. Okay, he played rook d4 at once. Okay, I wanted to prepare it, but that's my style. I understand somehow, but this
this is completely chaotic.
I must confess, I'm lost.
Yeah, and there is no shame on it. I always like to be lost because in analysis and everything, because it just shows that how complex it is.
Yes.
And then imagine you are there at the board, clock is ticking, so much tension, so much at stake. These are the players who are trailing Vincent Keimer by half a point. Whoever wins here has incredible big chance of eventually making it to the World Championship. It's so much at stake, and it's all the heat on move 3.
Sorry to ask you, do they play some playoffs if they share?
No. No.
It's just by
tiebreak regulation. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, which is always a heartbreak, because somebody who scores the same amount of points falls victim. But on the other hand, after playing 9 classical games in 4.5 days, at midnight to start to play some blitz,
actually
it's crazy.
Strange they don't do this at the candidates, because the candidates is, I mean, okay, they have a lot of days, so.
But I think in candidates now maybe they changed
already.
I think I'm not sure. Let's wait for confirmation. I think now there is a playoff in the candidates.
There is a playoff in the candidates.
Yes, because this is absolutely justified. It is no way. How can you decide candidates by not having a playoff?
Yes, it's very strange.
It is very strange. Yeah, but in Toronto, not. I believe yes. So okay, all eyes on the players. We are in the dark. We also do not want to be influenced by the engine that, so white can do this, white can do that, and white is better. No, because it doesn't show the picture. If Pranav would be confident that I'm having a better position, he would have already made his move. Let's just enjoy this incredible battle and also the courage of Maxim Vachier-Lagrave in such a critical game with so much at stake, going for e5. That's already tremendous respect. And let's head back to the bird's eye view. Let's see the developments on other boards. Wow. Actually, the Niepo-Mendonca game is very similar to Pranav Vachier-Lagrave, just with the pawn being on c6 instead of c5.
And bishops got exchanged.
But bishop d. Wow, we have to go. We definitely have to head to.
We have to see that.
to Niepo. Some bishop d4, e5. Wow. Okay. every single game, this is a very fascinating kind of freestyle position. Maybe the best freestyle position that we had so far for entertainment purposes in the opening.
My favorite remains Keimer Sarana. But this one is the second, my second.
Yeah, basically every of these games. Yeah, it's just that it suits your style the best. Yeah, that.
No, Vashia, I don't understand anything, so I would be afraid to play any of with any of the colors.
Me too. So c4, c6, f4, f5. So don't be afraid. This is not gonna be an exchange Slav. Yes, no, not at all.
Okay.
f4, f5. Knight g3 hitting the pawn, and yeah, it was not e5 immediately, it was g6, and then Nyepo used the chance immediately. Just like this c4, c5, bishop e4, we see this thematic. Black cannot play knight f7 because then white traps the rook. A typical motive, yeah, how often we have seen this appear in many of these freestyle games. The players, of course.
Sometimes bishop takes h7 wins a rook. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. That is the absolute horror of all horrors, because here at least one could claim that I have some positional compensation, dark squares, everything. But of course, it's more like a joke. And we have action after bishop d4. Black played the move e5, sacrificing the pawn out of necessity.
No, but it's also for classical chess, it's some sort of normal reaction. I mean, you don't lose time, you...
Takes, and the move queen h4 was played, hitting the pawn on h2. The big question is, first of all, I feel like it's a very good news that I already know that I can play castle, it's in my pocket, and I should be better.
Check and queen takes c5, but you are better developed.
Yes, better developed. I already castled.
Yes.
Okay, one could argue that black is now also just one move away from long castles. Yes, let's not forget, this is very tricky. These rooks are extremely tricky because you assume that there is no castle.
Yes.
And in this regard, then, who knows, maybe even d4 is more critical, starting giving the pawns, talking about the king's gambit.
And rook c3 something.
Is that a spirit? Yeah, because castle is like the safe move. d4, however, runs into f4.
F4.
We lose the knight. So it is one more argument why the natural, sensible castle... Okay, let me put castle on the board because it feels right. Yeah, it's the correct move. We assume queen d4 check. King h1.
Maybe king h1, yes. To play d4 after.
And then this is also very much your position, I believe.
Yeah, I know. This looks almost normal. I mean, this I could play and I could play for a win. I mean, this I understand.
Then white will break with e4 and all the pieces are coming. So this is very dangerous. And this brings me to the question then, what Mendonça has in mind, or is he just in trouble because he has missed the move bishop d4? This is a big question because I don't know how experienced Mendonça is in freestyle. We know that these young players, and he's also one of the very promising and brilliant Indian young players, they are very active usually. They are playing non-stop tournaments, and that means that when they have free time, definitely they are working on their classical chess. And if you just come here as an outsider who haven't really had experience on the highest level, then you can get surprised in the morning with a bishop d4 that, oh, wait a second, wow, what happened? And what do I do?
How didn't I analyze that move when I prepared for the game?
Yes. Yeah, it's kind of crazy situation. So probably it came, and yeah, look at the clock situation, 52 minutes versus 118. So Nyepo is playing extremely confidently. Thank you very much. I'm gonna cash in, that's the mentality. And Mendonça is fighting for his life. Yeah, Nyepo castles. Of course, thank you very much. Knowing that Nyepo, he has also created, queen d4 check, King's Gambit, chessable course on King's Gambit. And he has been playing the King's Gambit on highest level also quite often.
But you know, maybe after King h1, f4. King h1 and maybe now f4.
But okay, knight e4, then I activate the knight anyway.
I forgot about the bishop.
This bishop.
I forgot about it.
This hidden bishop.
No, of course, this is winning.
Yes,
okay,
because it is so easy, and the reason why you are missing it already for the bishop on b8 you missed, the bishop on b1 because the bishops had not moved yet, and just by one move the bishops activate itself. Yeah, I always feel that these bishops on g1 and b1, they are much stronger than bishop h1, bishop a1s, because when we are talking about bishop h1, bishop a1, then all the bishops are on the long diagonal. And that happened yesterday in the very first game of yesterday's double round, what it was, run number 6, I believe, and there the players neutralized each other, because you start with g3, b3, black plays b6, g6, sooner or later, and the bishops will be traded off. But here with bishop b1, bishop g1, the diagonals are actually opened, and they are very powerful.
Well, talking about this word, I forgot. In classical chess, they many times say I forgot when they actually didn't see it. It's some form of saying I forgot that in that. No, you didn't say it. But here we frequently forget that there are bishops on b1 and b8. It's not like it's the truth.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that Jan is taking his time, but he shouldn't be rushing. He knows exactly that this looks very promising, and he's 1 point behind the leader Vincent Keimer. Just like Magnus Carlsen, Nodirbek Abdusatov, and many other brilliant players, including Mendonça. And in this regard, he knows exactly that if I win this game, I will have serious chance in the last round to achieve something big. And Nyepo often had this strengths by playing quickly winning games and also playing quickly missing games. So finding the right balance here when he has a chance, I think it's very good, very clever. Vincent is also checking out the game. Magnus had already checked out this game. What on earth is happening here?
But I think they just look at the position. I don't think they have their own games. I don't think they calculate things or.
It's more out of curiosity.
I mean the position deserves.
Yes, that how did they? And then okay, black means bishop d4. So basically, I think this is the message that they are taking away, and they understand that Nyepo is having a great chance. Maybe now it's also important to check out on Vincent and then also Magnus. What are the developments there? Sarana is taking his time, and look at this. This is a very direct kind of action.
It's a positional. I mean, okay, now he stabilized his pieces in the center, like in the English opening. No pawns in the center, rook on d4, and.
This was the moment we left last time g6, and then we moved. You mentioned that rook d4 was played. This is the moment when now we are coming back to this move. Hitting the queen, it makes perfect sense. The queen has to move. The queen moves to c7, and white plays f5.
He hurried up. The knight came to b3 anyway, but he played it. He didn't allow the f5.
Exactly.
That's the difference.
Yes, that's also one of these things that I have. You know, whoever is interested, I keep on encouraging everyone. Just rewatch all the action, all this incredible footage. You have it on the internet. The first 10 minutes when the players get the new position in the Grand Slam Tour, then the top guys were discussing with each other for 10 minutes what they think about the position. Fantastic stuff, some brilliant ideas and direction, and you can learn and appreciate how these guys are actually navigating all these challenges, and then you can combine it with your own understanding, and I believe you can benefit a lot. And whenever I see these f4, f5 moves, this is like a typical stuff that the idea is to kill that knight on h8, because when you can only play f6, both pieces will be fighting for the same square.
But at the same time, okay, f5 is impressive because it's sustained by the knight and by the bishop. You don't get this so frequently. Maybe in the Penrose attack in the Benoni, there is something like this. e5, d takes e5, f5. But the knight on h8, the Steinitz knight, defends g6. So it means that you have not won the game on that wing yet.
Yes.
I mean, okay, you are better, okay, it's pleasant.
And that's why black also has the chance to play f6, because of the protected g6 pawn.
And maybe he will play e5 and take with or e6 and then take with the bishop on e6.
So that's why Vincent is actually activating his knight very quickly in order to avoid any kind of breakout. Very interesting, knight b3, rook d8. Now we know already that black can never castle long, to the left side of the board. For us professional chess players, it is just impossible not to say that this is long castle. Sorry for everyone who feels that this is confusing.
But
knight c5.
He can take with the king and go to c8 anyway, because I wouldn't castle short.
You have to first also move out this bishop.
No, now I would be worried if white is allowed to play knight e6 and black has to exchange. Then I don't know what to do with the knight, because g5 loses for many reasons, and then the knight is just dead in the corner.
What I see that, Vincent is trying to be very energetic. We talked about it, that he feels like his play is justified because of the time factor. Yeah, that he's the one who is putting the pressure.
No, but he played very constructive moves.
He played very constructive. Everything connects with each other.
Yes, and it's positional control and initiative.
Yes.
Because just in time, knight c5 not to allow e6.
Yes, e6, e5. So basically, I'm somehow expecting a move like knight b6 to come. Yeah, that knight should join the game, but can we do it? What are the consequences?
Because if you place e5, f takes e6, b6, then knight d7 is kind of killing, no? So
which move?
e5, f takes e5, b6, but then the knight goes to d7.
Yes, no, there will be some problem here. Yes.
Yeah, with a knight on b8 it would be different, but
exactly.
like this knight d7.
Yes, then this is also horrible. So no, this is impossible.
Yeah. No, I just try to.
Yeah, to explain that black would like to kick out, but he's not able to kick out. That's why my feeling was to try to play the neutral move, knight b6.
Yeah, probably that's the worst piece. I mean, I'm not worried about the knight on h8 yet. But
yes, the knight on h8 at least has a purpose defending, as you mentioned, the g6 pawn.
But now maybe, okay, knight e6, maybe we should not hurry with it because we may lose that pawn. But just from a structural point of view, knight e6 can be unpleasant.
Yeah, well, actually, with black, I'm happy about knight e6, and I'm unhappy. And the reason why I'm happy that I feel like, I might target that pawn. On the other hand, if I don't target them, my knight on h8 might be dead. Yeah, so
yes, yeah, but the pawn. Maybe I was thinking maybe here to take on d8 and play bishop. No, not here. Instead of knight e6.
Well, he actually captured on d4 first, so we already have a move, which means Vincent will blitz out bishop takes d4.
Okay. I was thinking to bring the bishop to h6. I mean, after knight b6 to take on d8 and play bishop e3.
Just like this.
And bishop a6, bishop g7. Maybe I win a pawn. I attack your beautiful Stanitz knight.
But in general, I'm also not so much liking this from black's perspective that it gave white knight the right to castle quickly. Yeah, that we allowed the bishop. Maybe he was afraid that after knight b6, simply white takes on d8, as you said, then he has to take with the king because the pawn is hanging.
Yes, and bishop e3 maybe, no?
He loses the right to castle, but...
Bishop e3 also threatens bishop f4, but okay, the bishop is going to h6, g7, actually.
Yeah, bishop f4, bishop h6, bishop g7, there are many... Okay, if I'm worried of both, then I can play a move like g5.
Yeah, but okay, then I castle and I play a positional game.
And also, whenever you play knight e6, fe6, then also the f5 square will be...
Even if I lose the pawn on
available,
e6.
yes. Yeah. Very dangerous, so... Yeah, Sarana is in a difficult spot. After knight c5, rook d4, bishop d4 played. Also, he's spending time. What did he play? He played queen to c8. Wow, okay, so he opens up the bishop and maybe hints at, I'm opening up the bishop, diagonal.
Maybe he wants to take on g3.
No. Give up the bishop, no? I don't think that it is possible to give up, but it's more like, okay, opening up, and he couldn't play knight f7 as well, yeah? So maybe he had no moves.
Maybe knight c7 and b6 he wants to do.
Yeah, I believe, knight c7 should be the next move.
But I was also thinking take on g3 and knight c7 and b6, because, okay, the bishop, the white bishop is not bad, but it's not... If I play b6...
Yeah, only that I was not sure that how strong is my knight on g3, and somehow I felt like the bishop on b8 can be a long-term asset. I actually understand also your sentiment that, okay, in my mind, castle is, for example, the move.
Normal, yes.
Yes, and if you take, I take, and then you play knight c7, I feel like there should be something here. I have bishop e4, I have queen a4, there are just too many things. For example, now these pawns are vulnerable.
I don't get this b6, I cannot play the b6.
Yeah, you will never get this, so I believe that after castles, probably black should play knight c7, and then maybe also knight b5 tempo. Yeah, let's try knight c7. It seems to be the solid move. Okay, how solid it is, but at least compared to circumstances.
No, of course, black's position doesn't look nice. And for white, this is a very normal position. From a classical point of view. For black, it's still a chaos. I mean,
yes.
I have this feeling of the Rubik cube. when I see the initial position.
You don't know what to do, yes?
No, but you have to make it normal. You have to make it normal again. And white already normalized his position, but black is still, I don't know.
Yes, black is in the jungle. Yeah, that how do I get out of it? I feel like there's only one good news for black, that if he ever gets out, he will feel like, wow, I'm the happiest person on earth because finally I have harmony. But he still needs to get there.
You know, I played once against. I mean, okay, played several games with Gelfand, but the one I lost. You know, it was such a positional pressure and crush. And in the final position, when I resigned, I was an exchange down, but my knight was on d4, defended by both pawns on c5 and d5. But of course, he had a rook and a passed pawn on d8. But that was, it felt such a relief.
Exactly, I got something, yes.
I got all the pieces well, but okay, all the pieces meant the knight.
Yeah.
So I mean, okay, I understand what you say, but it could be also as in my scenario that.
Yes. Yeah. So in any case, this is great news for Vincent at the moment.
No, but he played beautiful chess, and after he gets castle, the position would be absolutely classical.
Yeah, it's kind of classical, but he's also hesitant yet. So maybe he sees some other alternative. That
no, okay. I understood that when he played d4 and d5, he also felt this initiative idea. So I mean, I don't say that castle is forced, but just in case the position is already normal, harmonious for white and for black.
There are no strange pieces. No, everything is perfect. Yeah,
I look at these 5 ranks. Okay, this is classical chess. I look at the next 3 ranks. What is that?
And also he can claim that he has changed a c-pawn for the d-pawn, yeah? So he has even more central control.
Yes.
I was thinking like with black, I'm trying to count on this knight c7, knight b5 move, hitting the bishop. And I was wondering that what do you think that...
Bishop b2,
exactly, b4. I also felt like it could be even, let's just forget about any very fancy kind of stuff, but if you just play simple chess, like b4 and then against knight b5, b4, back to b2, it also looks extremely promising.
Yeah, and then a4.
Yeah.
I'm not sure yet what to do with the bishop on b1 because I don't have bishop a2, which would be fantastic. But maybe bishop c2, bishop b3. Strategically, bishop a4, bishop c2, bishop b3 looks
for the e6, for the e6 square. Yeah. So okay, we have seen enough. I think we can move on. We have to get an update on Magnus's game. Because let's wait.
See what he.
Yeah, let's wait for this move by Vincent to see the direction.
From his body language, I feel that he knows that the position is so good, and he doesn't. He's not sure how, which is the best.
Well, he played bishop e3. He played your move. He played your move. I'm not such a big fan of this move because I feel that it's a little bit asking for too much of the position, and sometimes when you try to ask too much of a position, then there is some resource for black. And
well, I wanted bishop e3 if he
with queen on c7.
Yes, to take on d8, king d8, and then bishop e3 is a developing move. Like this, of course, he wastes the time, the tempo.
He wastes the tempo, and the bishop on d4 was beautiful. But okay, of course, it's a normal move. I would have preferred just to simply play with castle.
It's more flexible. It's more, I mean, you're going to castle anyway. So then you see what... But the idea, yes, it's not bad, but it's about timing.
It's interesting.
Yes.
All right, so we have seen the move. Let's take a look at Yakuboyev against Magnus Carlsen, because there we have seen this c4, bishop e4, the other activation of the other bishop from b1 to e4.
So
it's move number 4.
Knight takes e4, f5.
Yeah.
Move number 4.
Move number 4.
And we have a show already going on.
And we already have more than 1 hour into our show. 1 hour 20 minutes we are in, and it's move 4. And
Knight takes e4. It took me half a minute to understand why knight c4 works.
Yeah,
because of f5.
Let's also first just put it on the board. Yeah, let me just show everyone stuff. The rook takes c4. We are expecting the move f5, and then the bishop comes to life from g8, and with f5 attacks the bishop on d3. So if we take on f5, then we lose the exchange. So bishop d3 would be kind of the only move to collect material. But okay, you can just probably take, and take on g4. Yeah, you can, in the worst case, do this, and you have 2 pawns. But fg, I was not 100% sure that I needed.
But now white is stable at least.
Yes, that's why I was thinking maybe even f4 no? And then try to play e6, d5, and control the center.
That looks more likely, yes.
In any case, for white, it is enough reason to say that, okay, knight c4 was brilliant. Forget everything what we have said, because we start from the very start, from the very first move. Because how did we reach this position in 4 moves from that starting position? c4, c5, bishop e4. Attacking the bishop attacks the pawn on b7, queen c7 protects. Now white plays g4. I remember you very much liked it, that there is stability. Yes. White makes sure that black won't be able to play the freeing f7, f5 move.
But eventually it may happen if rook takes c4.
Yes, and after knight g3, knight takes c4, and the heat is on. I'm expecting, not expecting, but my very first question would be that what happens if I ignore this knight and continue with this plan of targeting that pawn on g7?
Yes, because the knight will be on c4 for a while, maybe.
Well, so, but I will also try to take it after.
Yeah, for instance, knight f5 threatens to take on c4, but it's not good.
Yeah, it is not good. The point is that actually I don't think that black really has to worry about this knight take g7, king d8 business. This might be very good for...
It's a blow in the wind, yes.
Yeah, it might not be a problem. And I guess knight h5 is very similar, yes. I just wanted to highlight that.
Yes.
One has the feeling that knight h5, knight f5 is not the right direction.
But,
what else?
Maybe queen c2.
Queen c2, but this means that you want to go for this pawn, yeah?
Yeah, and I mean, okay, it's a marginal pawn, but no, he doesn't like it.
Yeah, okay, it doesn't matter what engine likes or not. The players also have no evil bar.
Yes,
they are speculating that, wait a second, I have queen c2, double attack.
There will be some weaknesses there.
Yeah.
But maybe it is not such an... Actually, queen takes c4 is not such a big threat, because f5, f5, bishop d5, okay.
Yes,
okay,
but it is not impressive. Yeah, so queen c2 is not impressive. Neither was knight f5, knight h5. Let's just try to find some more candidate move.
Knight b3. How is knight b3? Just to develop.
Wow, just ignore everything and develop.
And I threaten to take on c4. No. No. Knight takes b2, knight a4 maybe, yes?
Yeah, you have...
Knight b2 and knight...
You have this possibility, but you also have many other...
Yes,
also maybe just some b6, I don't know where does this lead. So wait a second.
No.
So knight c4. No dear back is down to 48 minutes on move 4, which means that he has almost spent 45 minutes so far. And Magnus had also spent kind of half an hour.
How about d4? But d4 allows some checks on a5.
Well, queen a5 check, and it's very unpleasant check.
Queen a5,
Let's just show this, that this is this can be even deadly.
Yeah. It's not good for sure. You have to go rook c3 and...
And what if we open up the g1 bishop? Can we play something like f4? Yeah. Can we play something like f4?
Or f3, who knows?
I like f4 actually. Yeah, f4 on the board,
F4.
yeah.
Okay.
F4, yeah, it makes perfect sense. Opening up the bishop, that's the key.
I made 3 moves trying to attack c5, but you and Nodribek found the right one, the right way.
Yes, because...
All my moves were actually targeting c5 to make rook take c4.
Yeah, but somehow this bishop, and as you mentioned already, that it's kind of funny that the bishop does not move yet, and it already has, once we push f4 or c4, they're already so active on that long diagonal. Magnus is not happy, I think, about this. We probably knew that f4 is the best move.
Yeah, I wanted to make a developing move, but sometimes I forget that pawn
f4 is a developing move.
Yes. I tried all the developing moves attacking c5, directly or indirectly. But
wow, yeah, now all eyes on Magnus, how he reacts to this, and how quickly and confidently he reacts. That did he already have an antidote to this, or he's also just trying to come to terms?
Well, I mean, mimics of chess player can be this deceptive. I mean, maybe he looks like worried, but maybe he's just deeply concentrated and just double checking what he had in mind. So, okay, in some cases you understand when a player doesn't like his position, but I'm not sure what. Maybe Magnus is just very much into it.
Yes.
He's not very expressive now somehow, but his face is some. But it can also mean that he's.
Well, sometimes I can read him quite easily. Yes, I already have tremendous experience covering his games. But this is still in a very early stage, and it's a very intriguing, very exciting kind of position. Yes, so I think that he's fascinated by the position. It's not about worrying or whatever.
Yes.
And one thing I would like to say to Magnus Carlsen and to Grenke Chess Festival, yeah, that maybe people, whenever they see Magnus play a tournament, of course Magnus will win. Yes, well, last year we have witnessed history by Magnus making 9 out of 9. And the reason why that is a historical result, because it's kind of absolutely mission impossible to achieve that. However, when Magnus Carlsen makes 9 out of 9, then maybe some people were kind of expecting that, Magnus comes this year also to Grenke Chess Festival and he will again deliver 9 out of 9. And I'm very happy that he did not do that, because then people actually forget how special that is to do 9 out of 9.
Yes, and he said, so what?
Like it's everyday business. Then it loses the magic. And there are so many brilliant players playing in this tournament. There are no guarantees, no matter you are the best or not in the world. The challenge is there, and it's a fantastic tournament. Nobody is safe.
Yes, because to understand a tournament or a match, you have to analyze the games, and then you get. Yeah, I mean, okay, we were just talking last night about the match Capablanca-Alekhine. Okay, theoretically, Alekhine beat a player who was not in the best shape, but it was not true. If you look at the games, you understand it was a titanic fight. I mean, to beat 6 times that guy, it was really... So the same with Carlsen. Okay, you see, okay, he did it again. Okay, so what? I mean, it's not surprising anymore. But if you look at the games, then, of course, you understand that this time he did something different than the last time when he played. He scored 9 out of 9. Or maybe this time that he already made 2 draws, he still did some things he didn't do before. I mean, he's still progressing.
I also feel that it's a very emotional moment, because it's a double-round tournament, that as long as you keep on winning, you carry all this energy, you have this vibration, it's in the air that, maybe historic result can happen, and you keep on winning. And when you suddenly make a draw, then it's the normal day of life, that against a very strong player, why should you win every single game? And the game that slowed Magnus down was against Tabatabai, when he got a very unpleasant starting position. That was when king was on d8 and queen e8, the classical position, but with the queens and kings reversed.
This is a difference because of the castles.
Because of the castles.
It's not that you play normal chess, classical chess with mirrored. No.
Exactly.
No, it's not.
And he got under serious pressure, and in fact, I was even calling out during the commentary that I think draw in this game was like a victory. It only basically stopped Magnus's run. And also the other players feel like, wait a second, okay, Tabatabai has stopped Magnus, why can't I? This is also very often the psychological thing, that
the news
why should Magnus win all the games?
The news is circulating that Magnus
is human after all.
Yes.
So I'm very curious to understand how Magnus will react to f4. What are the options at all? There is an option to keep the knight with something like f6, but then the knight will be kicked potentially with b3, and then the pawn on c5 will fall.
So maybe the knight should be heading for c6, I don't know. Okay.
It's also a question that f6, f6 I think is in general useful, but do we have maybe some tactical possibility? Can we try to get this d5 in somehow? But the problem is, if we play something like e6, rook takes e4, d5, we cannot rely on this because of rook takes e5 winning. So there is no kind of small little tactic to solve the problems.
Maybe b6 maintains the status quo.
But then So that b6 looks c4, but then we have to kind of reassess
I mean
that two pieces business. Yeah, for example, now if I take on c4, this looks very promising for me. f5,
so
even I can retreat the bishop, and you remember we were worried of f4, and even after fg we have this f4 pawn.
That's the difference. Okay, that's
Yes.
okay.
For example, let's just see that the most trivial way, that thanks to this f4 pawn, black is kind of forced to take fg.
But
and
this I liked even with the pawn on f2. I like
exactly.
this for white. And
now white can maybe just play e3 and collect the g4 pawn, and white might be strategically winning.
Yes,
so
yes.
be careful. f4, a super important move.
So black has to take a critical decision. He cannot neutralize.
Very critical, and yeah, now I see the worry on Magnus's body language. It's just move number 5.
My worry is that we are just on move 5 and we don't understand what's going on. I mean, it never happened to me before. Before today.
Yes, before today, because today. we didn't know in Vachier-Lagrave game after move 3 what's happening. Wow. Okay, let's keep Magnus on our screen, but have the bird's eye view on just to understand. So first of all, Vincent's game we have covered. Bishop e3, b6, the move that we were calling out, that b6 is something black wants.
Vachier played
after fe5, simply g6.
I mixed this up with the Mendonça game.
Yeah, that is the Nyapo, yes.
Yes.
Then after king h1, now queen takes e5, fine, it was played. But coming back to Pranav's game, look at the clock situation. That tells the story. 33 minutes. So basically Pranav spent almost an hour in this kind of moment after e5, what to do with this. So there is no shame that in few minutes we did not understand anything about the position. Yeah, fe g6.
But a Grünfeld player like, okay, you're also a specialist.
I
a5,
was.
I mean, just like this,
Yes.
a5, okay. Of course it's different, the bishop is on b8, but still, just e5 to open.
Wow, okay, so this is what we have in Pranav Vachier-Lagrave game. The game is just heating up. Then, okay, Nyapo's game is kind of clear that he has the initiative. This is humanly easily understandable.
It's better development, yes.
Better development, yeah, we are expecting some kind of d4, then maybe knight a5, e4.
King safety also.
Yes, probably black will castle long to the left side of the board.
But it's not very safe either, no?
Yeah, no.
I mean, the king doesn't have safety. After the bishop's exchange, both wings are a bit weakened.
Then we also have the Duda Murzin game, where again this bishop e4 motive appeared, and look at this, black had no other choice than to play the move rook c7, or was this deliberate that he's trying to play d7, d5, so he kept the queen on d8.
I like white's position.
Of course, again, the English spirit.
Yes, no, but it is very close to English. Yeah, it is very close to English. This is a mixture of what Keimer did, only that black didn't play d5. So, but generally f5 is coming, and
yes. So basically, yeah, in Vincent's game, not much has changed, but he already castled. b6, knight e4, bishop d5, knight c4, all this happened. White has a very healthy position, way up in development. The pawn already confronts on f5, also black's king side. Sarana has a very tough time, and Magnus has not made a move yet. It's just so difficult. We were just not even sure what to expect, and Kamsky.
You are happy to see Kamsky in the video. And then he has such a position.
I want to see Kamsky. Who doesn't want to see Kamsky?
I mean, it was nice to see him, but let's look at the position. And they made how many moves?
Well, they are playing faster than the rest. They are move 11.
Wow.
Move 11, the position is chaotic.
1.5 hours,
yes.
And they already made
already move 11. Yes, move 11. All right, because it's so chaotic, we have no idea what is going on. Let's try to understand it together. f4, c5, knight b3, b6, knight g3, f6, c4. So we have seen this thematic.
Yes.
The pawn moves and the knight jumping out.
And the bishops are already in some sort of fianchetto.
Yes.
Potential fianchetto.
They are already in the game. Nodiebek goes e5. Wow, tries to fight for the center.
Yeah, but the knight is not on c3, so maybe e5 is not such a weak.
And Gata jumps knight f5 immediately. Wow, that's how black will end up giving up his light square bishop. g6, knight h6.
And there is no check on h4 like in another some other
exactly,
game.
but black can win a pawn with e takes f4. That's the difference. The bishop on b8 is protecting the pawn, and not just the pawn, but he gets the e5 square. Eternal control of the e5 square takes. d4 Gata opens up.
But no short castle now. Not anyone who would like to castle short.
For black, yes. Yeah. But black can somehow walk around with the king, I believe, if he keeps the position closed. Bishop e4, bishop is activated. Bishop e5, very important. If black would have had to develop the knight, then that bishop would be horrible. So that, I believe this bishop e5 was a key move. Bishop takes d4, knight f7. Knight is developed, and somehow in my mind I'm looking forward with black to evacuate that king.
Yes, after knight f7, the kingside position looks more solid.
Yes, Gata played short castle, and black plays knight c7. Black is also heading with the knight to e6. I believe that, yes, white has compensation, but Nodiebek is kind of happy that he has a rather safe position, and the pressure is on Gata to prove how much of a compensation this is.
Yeah, it's like some sort of Catalan gambit now. D takes c4 and black defends the pawn with bishop d7, bishop something. Because there is no g5 yet.
Yes, there is no g5 yet.
Or kings. No, king's gambit not, because there are the central squares which are available.
But what I really enjoy for black is that, not, of course the pawn is nice because it gives me the extra material, but that this e5 and e6 squares and the knights are already very compact. I wouldn't worry too much with black here.
You know, if I saw this position, I mean, if I had this position with white, I would be very pleased of my concept. But I would also know that it's very dangerous. I may not find the ways to maintain my compensation.
Yeah, you have to prove something.
Yes. For black, is like the sea. The waves are just bringing things to the shore. I mean, black lets himself carried by the flow, and white maybe objectively he has the initiative.
Yeah, e3. I was also thinking about that. What does this e3 move do? But I was not able to evaluate it. And the computer apparently doesn't like it.
I was thinking of c5.
But c5, I saw that I play knight e6. I will just ignore this move. That's what I saw. Yeah.
And I cannot take on b6.
Yeah, okay, then I will get to this.
You win a piece, yes.
Yeah, okay, it's crazy, it's chaotic, but yeah, we have to go to live action. Okay, e3 happened, f3 blitzed out, bishop takes e3. So we see the Evil bar not appreciating it, but kind of Nodiebek was anticipating. Anyway, he did not have any other move. Of course, f3, bishop e3, and this is not, once again, the long-term compensation reminds me now of some Sicilian.
Yes. No, I mean, I ignoring the bar, which dropped a bit.
Yeah, please ignore it.
I would have maybe the same feeling. But
long-term compensation.
Optically, yes, but optically maybe I like it less than before e3. I don't know why.
Well, there is also a question for me, like, is something like f5, queen f6, and then the king walks, and one gets the feeling like sometimes in the Najdorf that black plays on the dark squares with this wonderful bishop on e5 and the knight on f7 is also a monster piece.
Because with the pawn on f4, if you go f5, then you lose the f4 pawn, and then your problems stay and the pawns are equal.
Yeah, and white will still be able to break with e4 then, yes?
Yes, but now f5, yes, f5 is worrying me.
The thing that we just talked about, that in this position, in general, black would ever push f5 with the pawn on f4, then when white later captures this f4 pawn, then there still will be a break with e4, breaking this great construction of black. However, now that we traded the e-pawns, I mean the e-pawn...
He doesn't have that problem. And the e2 pawn is not there for a break.
Yes,
after
and,
F5,
and
yes.
also with black, actually, I'm never even looking at the b2 pawn. It's not important. I want to stabilize. I want to stabilize.
Yes,
I'm
yes.
already up material. Forget about the rest. I want to improve the quality of my pieces.
I must say that I also noticed the pawn on b2, but I was not really...
Of course. Please take it. Give me time.
It's an element. It's an element, but... So king
F8, yeah. Okay, this is the professional move. Of course, the king wants to the g7 safe haven. Then rook e8 comes. And
he doesn't have the worry on f4. That's important. That gives black more freedom.
And also, black will put some pressure on these bishops. So white has to lose some time to clarify the situation. By the way, I don't know where this bishop will move from e4. That's a big question because it's beautifully played.
Earlier, yes, on d3 it was very stable, for instance.
Aha. Gata says, I know what I'm doing. I cannot play a slow game because slow game is in black's favor, and he...
So he played, okay, with e3 he prepared f5, so he had a concept.
c5.
C5, yes, he had a concept. Because c5 at once was not working, okay.
Yeah, he had a concept, and it's always nice to have a concept. Yeah.
Well, it's better to play with a bad plan than with no plan. And okay, it's not...
And we don't even know if it's a bad plan. Maybe it's a good plan, yeah, maybe it's a smart plan.
Yes,
Practically speaking, I like it because also he was behind on the clock, 42 minutes. And if you think another 15, 20 minutes in order to try to understand what is maybe the best possible move in the position, then you run out of time later.
But it's already classical chess. I mean, the Rubik, they both solved the Rubik cube.
Exactly, they solved it.
They both solved it.
They solved it, yeah.
So,
a very fascinating game. Lot to play for. Both gentlemen are standing on 5.5 out of 7. Whoever wins here makes a big step forward. If the game draws, then both will be unhappy because draw does not give them the chance to fight for something very big in the last round. Of course, there are many prizes, but I don't really believe that these players are here for some prize. They are here for glory, and they want to get to the podium, if not winning the event.
But you know, the glory is also, if we are commenting and we are enthusiastic about this position, for instance, or Keimers or whatever, and the public also, I mean, this is already part of the glory. I mean...
Yeah, yesterday I talked with Parham Maksodlu, yeah, who is also a brilliant player, fantastic freestyle player, everything. He had a very unfortunate game against Nyepo that basically destroyed his tournament. And he took it philosophically. Okay, here we are not playing for classical rating. Yeah, his rating is now again back to 27-20, which is important to get good invitations, everything. And he said, like, it's a win-win situation. If I'm very successful here, I'm super happy, then it's brilliant. If not, then I had fun. I also met a lot of friends, and life continues. Yeah, so it is not just about result. Of course, yeah, everybody wants to play as good as possible, but when things are not going your way, then it's very important also not to kick yourself all the time, but also step back a bit and enjoy that you are part of this incredible festival.
Actually, I had the same feeling yesterday. I told to my wife that, look, maybe next year I should go for the freestyle.
You should. High five. That's it.
Because
it suits you.
The same reasons. I mean, okay, no preparation. I would not prepare anyway with double rounds. I would not switch on the computer. And I don't lose classic rating. Okay, my rating is so low, not so much to lose from, but still, so I can enjoy. I mean, okay, you lose a game in, okay, but it's freestyle chess. I'm a chess player.
Yes.
If you win, okay, but of
and
course.
you won experience. You gained experience.
Yes,
with every single game you gain experience.
And you have this thrill I have now when I look at this position. You know, I feel it physically. You know that my hair is this position or Keimers or Carlsen or.
Yeah, we have
Magnus.
now covered it enough. Let's have the bird's eye view, and then we will check on the top boards to which game to jump to. Update in, okay, we have to jump to Magnus's game because wait a second, there's a white knight on g8, the evil bar jumping in his favor.
White knight on g8.
Wow. All right, things have heated up.
Do you think they will ever solve the cube, the Rubik cube in this game?
Well, maybe Magnus solved it, but right now it feels like Yakuboyev has missed it. What happened? So f5 was played after f4. Yeah, Magnus felt like I have no right to lose some time. Okay. Knight takes f5.
Which is
apparently a big mistake. Wow, it's such a natural kind of move. Knowing that the evil bar says that this is a bad move, probably it is fair to say that just GF. Why didn't you play GF?
You are so stable.
You are stable, but not only that, why you did not spend time. I think he rushed, and he's rushing for some reason. Let's head to the live action. Knight f5, g6, knight h6, rook f4, knight takes g8, rook takes e4, and queen b3. So he's relying on some very quick checkmate on the f file. But wait a second, after queen f3, there will be rook f4. Where is the checkmate? Magnus is also puzzled. What is this? Move number 8, and the white knight landed on g8 behind enemy lines.
Well, knights should live on g8, but black knights, not white knights, yes, in classical chess.
Okay.
No, but GF was somehow very stable.
So natural.
Very stable, yeah.
I don't know. In my mind, please, everyone, dismiss the evil bar. Let's just try to forget the evil bar and try to think about the position, because Yakuboyev is a very dynamic, aggressive player. He certainly had something in mind. He believes in his position, and he has kind of blitzed out the moves. If I don't make up, I do remember, maybe Sotis can give us confirmation, that he kind of hardly spent any time for all this action, yeah, like he has foreseen it coming. After f5, knight takes f5, let's just make it in slow motion. Threatening knight takes g7, g6. Yeah, the justification was clear to jump to h6, otherwise you cannot fall back. Then rook f4 simply takes the pawn for nothing. That is not the idea. So he got attracted to this knight h6. Rook takes f4, knight takes g8. Rook picks up the bishop, of course. Now it's equal material.
Very interesting trajectory of the rook. Yes.
Yeah, black is actually up a pawn, and Magnus is about to make a move because he wants to signal that I have seen it coming and I know what's happening. By the way, black will have the chance to castle long. However, that is probably completely out of the question because of the c file.
And the bishop on g1, let's not forget about the bishop.
So all this pressure, and white is also threatening with d3. The knight is hanging. How will Magnus do the Magnus magic to stabilize everything?
Yeah, because I see some dangers with the queen arriving on g8, for instance, no?
Yes, there is this danger.
If knight d6, let's say knight f6.
There is this diagonal.
Yes, knight d6, knight f6, okay, it's the first thing you have to check.
Yeah, but then I can take queen g8, I can play knight f7, but he goes d5. He first goes d5, he occupies the center.
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense, but the big question will be, but d3 is met by queen a5 check. This is always one of the big problems, no?
In this, in this structure, I mean, this...
Okay, after queen a5 check, actually white has queen c3. We can kind of trade the queens because this is a fork. Very intriguing
And the knight
position.
on g8 is not lost yet.
The knight on g8 not, and the knight can hop back to h6 in endgame in some circumstance. So what's in the minds of Magnus Carlsen? Magnus got up, but he did not leave the board. Look at this. Just shows that how complicated the position is. This is not the moment when you make the move, get up, and you disappear. You are still very much focused and you are calculating what's happening after d3. Let me even put it on the board. What could be the move of Magnus Carlsen and the cold shower for Norirbek Yakuboyev? Because I'm pretty sure that he went for this sequence of moves thinking that this is very good for him. He must have missed something. What could have he missed after d3?
Maybe rook f4. The rook on c1 will be hanging.
Yeah, rook f4 is a very good and safe choice. And the total cold shower, yes, that's it.
Yes.
And maybe game over.
On f4 and queen f4.
And basically maybe game over. And look at the face
close to it, yes.
Face of Norirbek, like he realizes to his horror that, wait a second, I missed this rook f4, small little rook f4.
And it's over.
And let's just highlight, yes, so what we are talking about, of course, if rook f4, queen f4 is very easy because the queen targets the rook immediately. And the other tactical justifications that after dc takes, queen f4 check, picks up the rook and basically wins the game. Okay, it is also not the end of the game yet because of King B7, but it's clear that it is in black's favor. So wait a second, after d5, did Magnus, from a position where we have to move 5, so like he's in a very dangerous situation, outsmarted, out-tricked his opponent by seeing one move further?
Yes, f5 was kind of bluff because, okay, with a bit more of patience, he would have played g takes f5 and then black's white position would have been good. But maybe it was good anyway. Who knows? But after knight f5, yes, everything works out well
to perfection. And also
I was talking about the trajectory of the rook.
Yes, and look at this top mistakes. It's written, well, these top mistakes according to computer, yes, of course, knight takes f5 was based on the miss of rook f4, the move that, Michael, you just highlighted, super fine. And it's a life-changing mistake because Yakuboev is trailing Vincent Keimer by half a point. He's on 6 out of 7. Can you imagine what it would have meant for him if he beats Magnus Carlsen after this fantastic opening, gets 7 out of 8, and he's fighting in the very last round for the title and for the qualification spot for the Freestyle World Chess Championship 2027, and all of a sudden he might realize that he's not only not winning, he might be losing. And then his tournament finishes on the spot. So it's just incredible that what one decision can cause to a player.
Yes, because, okay, optically the position, the black's position looks impressive. I mean, the knight on h8, but the knight on h8 comes to f7. Okay, no problem.
And look at this, and he cannot believe.
And white's position is a ruin, and the only thing was this d3.
d3, yeah, that is because, okay, black has wonderful grip on the position. It was only connected that d3 wins material.
Yes.
But
so,
thanks to rook f4, it doesn't, and this is absolutely heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking. And another example why you should never rush when you have time on your clock and it's a decisive critical position. Of course, it's very tricky kind of that he might have felt, wait a second, I have already spent 45 minutes. Yeah, because I remember even I mentioned that already Nodiebek has spent some 45 minutes. He was on 48 minutes. And then when we saw this position going for with knight on g8, he still had like 47 minutes.
Yeah, so he probably played quickly.
Exactly. He simply believed, because otherwise gf5, and you ask him, of course, gf5 and I have a better position. He knows this, but he saw like he's winning more by force and got tricked by the great Magnus Carlsen. And this always impresses me that Magnus is a great strategist. He's so good at so many things, but he is also so tricky. There you go. There you go. He turns the tables thanks to this calculation. This is rook f4. This is what he might have foreseen already when he opted for knight takes c4. He might have seen it, or maybe after f4 he had seen it, but he had to see it coming way in advance.
But white should not go there, I mean, without checking, because, well, there are alternatives on the way. I mean, after queen b3, okay, d5, of course, is the most beautiful move, and it works. But it's not that kind of position that is just one variation and the opponent's one move further. No, it's...
But maybe he felt like it is forced because the knight is hanging. You have to kind of keep this diagonal intact. Yeah, so he might have felt in his mind, and the knight a5 line probably loses to knight f6. Yeah, now your knight f6 idea should work because with knight d6 at least we could defend with the other knight. But
queen
here this should be checkmate.
We take on f6.
Yes, and the big difference is compared with the knight d6 line that here after knight f6, finally I have knight f7. I even don't know with which knight.
The knights are defended, yes.
The knights are defending the king.
Apparently the other knight to play d5, but okay, this one is...
Exactly, just highlighting that this is the points against knight d6. We see the evil bar, maybe just simply rook takes c5 and white is winning.
Rook takes c5, okay.
We are about to have a move. Let's see out of desperation what Nodiebek comes up with.
No, this time I think that face, that mimic tells it all. He is not happy.
all the energy has disappeared. Yeah, there is just complete despair.
I know this feeling. I play a crucial game. I play this guy. I don't know, world champion, whatever. I play it's my historical game.
Against whom?
No. I don't give. Okay, I had this several times. I have this feeling. I play against this guy. It's my historical game. And then at some point you understand it's over. I mean, maybe you don't resign, but it's over.
It's a horrible feeling.
Yes.
When it hits you.
Because it's your movie. It's your movie. It's your dream.
Yes.
And then I said, okay, time to wake up. I mean, okay, make a few more moves and. But okay, maybe he's not completely lost. Okay, maybe he.
Yeah, but okay, he's apparently not completely lost, but it is just that he was thinking like he's winning. Instead of winning, he's clearly worse, and he's fighting for his life without any perspective.
And he knows that G takes F5 would have been not that bad for him.
Well, a clear advantage, yes.
Yes. But he's very young, yes?
He is very young, yeah. Okay, all these Uzbek players, it's just incredible. And this year, the Chess Olympiad will be in Samarkand, Uzbekistan.
Yes.
Imagine what will happen. However, very often when you play at home, there is additional pressure. Yeah, for example, last year, the Grand Swiss was also taking place in Samarkand. And of course, everybody was already at home expecting from Sindarov, from Abdusatulov, from Yakuboev to do something phenomenal. And they were struggling. Yeah, and then at the World Cup, Sindarov had his absolutely breakthrough. Then he keeps on winning. He already had this fantastic run in Vaikanzi as well, taking second place behind Abdusatulov. Then Abdusatulov, after having a very rough 3 months from December on, started to win everything that he plays. Yeah, he already won the London Classic, then he won Vaikanzi, he won Prague, and he also won the qualifier for the Freestyle World Championship and took bronze medal. And by taking bronze medal, he already qualified to next year's championship, so he can basically enjoy the atmosphere of the tournament. There's no pressure on him.
Yeah, actually, Tal once wrote about this, about playing in your home city.
It's tricky.
In Riga, yes, because many friends, everybody congratulating you when you make another combination, another Tal combination, and wanted to drink with you and whatever. So.
Yeah, I think now we should head to the bird's eye view. We are seeing Yakuboev in a very critical situation. He's trying to come to terms and to find some resources.
Vincent has stabilized the position. Now he has a clear advantage, I believe.
Yeah, he has given up some initiative, but he just transformed it to a clear strategical advantage.
And this is what Steinitz always recommended. I mean, okay, initiative is volatile, but no, but
yes,
it's a positional crash already. I mean, maybe not winning yet, but.
So we will keep an eye. We also see that Vincent is down to 31 minutes. Sarana is up kind of 20 plus minutes on the clock. This is the only resource that actually Sarana has and can rely on, that if he puts up a very stubborn defense, then maybe the time pressure will get to Vincent and he will have trouble converting his advantage.
Yes, okay, you play bishop f2, you play e4, okay, beautiful, okay.
Yeah,
but
there is this angle, there is also this angle of eventually rook c1, knight, and then bishop dc, knight takes d5 and play on the light squares.
You can play 5 moves quickly, let's say with white, but then you have to win.
Yeah, you have to win. Of course, probably Vincent tells you that, I will do that. It's important that I got here. Yeah,
yes.
He invested the time, he invested 1 hour in order to reach this position. I believe he is very happy.
And Black's Rubik cube is not perfect yet. White's cube is, it's great. It's a super classical chess position for white. And for Black,
yeah, Black. Let's just see quickly what happens after Queen c8. The move bishop e3, yeah, going for your plan that you highlighted earlier already with eagle eyes.
Please don't hold me responsible if he doesn't win.
No, okay, this is then Vincent's fault.
But actually, after g5, this is justified. After Black was forced or induced or
bishop d5, castles, knight c7, knight c3, yeah, hitting that d5 bishop, and Vincent kind of signals that, you know what, I know that with b6 actually are weakening light squares, hitting that light square bishop on d5, and also the only really stable outpost that Black has at the moment. Of course, if White's center pawn starts marching up with d4, e4, then that spot will also be lost. So queen d7, queen a4, g5, and d4.
No,
this is how we reach the position.
Theoretically speaking, g5 is a positional surrendering.
Well, but he tries to probably activate the knight.
I understand. I don't say it's a bad move. But if you have to play g5, it's like you lost the game.
It shows that how bad the position is.
Conceptually, you lost the game. I don't know. Maybe it was forced. But
you know, I'm so happy to have you because I'm also from the older generation. Yeah, and whenever I feel that something fundamental is wrong, I always call out, okay, but black is lost and white is winning. And sometimes someone who looks with only engines and he sees that engine says some small advantage might think like we are exaggerating. But actually, I think as coaches, it's very important to give this kind of spirit because this is how your student understand that don't do these kind of things. Because maybe exactly here just a little bit worse, but in other circumstances it could be lost. To get the spirit of the position, that what you are not supposed to allow for your opponent.
Yes.
This is how we operate, because we were not raised by the evaluation bar and not just pure calculation, move per move.
Yes, of course, the new generation, newer generations, they grow differently, but still, I mean, the brain's capacity, okay, maybe it has evolved compared to our generation, maybe, I'm not sure. But still, I mean, to assimilate just moves and moves is I don't think it's so easy.
No, of course. Now, basically, in order to succeed on the highest level, you have to have the old fundamentals. Yeah, this is, I think, what makes Magnus also so special.
Yes.
That he basically knows everything what is about classical chess, and he also combines it with the modern touch, and he doesn't let computer ruin his style. Yeah, that he find this golden middle, how he
keeps
can
his mind independent.
Exactly, how he can be Magnus Carlsen. Yeah, that not he becomes a computer or tries to be a computer, but he keeps his strengths and combines it and makes him stronger and stronger.
And and all the times he pulls he pulls the trick out of the classical inheritance. I mean, this is a 5. Of course, you know, something went wrong. Knight c4, okay, but you play a 5 because you have to play it, and then you give him a choice. And you give the young player a choice. Yeah, I remember that once he, was it against Rapport, he played some e5, and it was a blunder, because he thought he was winning a pawn, but actually he lost a pawn or something. And, but it was the best move on the board, and then he conducted the attack. It was some sort like in the pair rows, d takes e5, there was f5. But okay, then a knight arrived on d5, and he actually the attack is winning, and he played it with. So even when he blunders,
he blunders from instincts. Yeah,
yes,
there is a meaning behind.
Yes.
And here we see knight f7, bishop f2 being played. Yeah, the two most natural moves. Vincent blitzes out bishop f2. He knows exactly that I'm coming with e4. I'm expecting something like knight d6, e4, maybe bishop c4, then try to play b5. And try to kick that queen back, but we know that whenever you play b5, you weaken other squares. Nyepo is checking out the game because, as we talked about, for the other players, it is absolutely desirable that somebody stops Vincent. Vincent winning, all the home crowd, all Germany behind Vincent wants him to succeed. Of course, at home, winning, that would be fantastic. First of all, it is very far away. Let's just even dismiss, because also as a player, you have no right to think about it while the game is in progress. That, if I maybe win this game and it looks very good, then that might mean that I'm no. This has to be dismissed on the spot and just focus on your task of winning the game.
So I think like this, okay, in the center, White's advantage is, let's say, objectively, it's less important than optically. But it comes combined with the weakness on h5 and also the weakness on c6. So, but you have to put this together somehow.
Yeah, I would like to say that actually knight b5 looks like a very smart little move. I believe the main idea is something like if white plays e4, then black takes and goes b5, and secures the c4 outpost suddenly. At least there is something to the line, of course.
To hang on,
Yeah, the position is bad, but if the position is bad, you always need at least some little thing that gives you some comfort and hope that maybe I can sit on this square.
Maybe it is more clever than knight d6. I thought knight d6 was forced, e4, and then the bishop retreats.
Yeah,
somewhere.
I feel knight b5 is smarter at least.
But knight b5 is smart enough, yes. It doesn't equalize, of course.
Yeah, not at all. One thing is, well...
What about if we take on d5?
Yes, it is possible, but then I take cd, and the knight will go to d6, and I have some cemento.
Actually, yes. Now, because the d5 pawn is weak, but okay.
And I think very important that against any knight h5, I can stop the knight jumping to g7 and d6 with rook g8. Yeah, I have kept an eye on this.
My dream would be in some endgame to get with the king on h5 somehow. But
well, I think Vincent hopes that we might not reach the endgame. I want to finish it off earlier.
No, knight d5 was just a question because it weakens things in both camps. I mean, it weakens the e4 square for white, but we don't get to occupy e6, so then knight d5.
Yeah.
But it's one thing that you have to check, this exchange.
My feeling is that I would actually give double exclam mark to knight b5. Practically speaking, it was the only chance, and if you have a bad position, it is kind of in your interest to try to change the character of the game. Yeah, that maybe I can transform into something that is more giving more perspectives in the long run, and also to confuse the opponent.
No, I think now black's position is already in the classical chess phase. I think
not yet. Not yet. No. Really already?
I mean, after e4, knight c3, b3, b5, it looks like something.
It looks like something.
There were some Grunfeld lines with after queen a4, c6. No, of course this is a much. No, he's worse. Okay, he's worse. But but I can understand what black's pieces are doing.
Exactly.
This is what I mean. No. Of course, I prefer white.
That's for sure. And also, it gives Vincent some more time to think. I mean, some more thing to think about. His clock is ticking down. What did I say like 10-15 minutes ago? That Sarana's best chance is somehow to put up some very good resistance, force Vincent to get into time trouble, and then he can escape.
Yes, to take 3 or 4 more important decisions like now.
Yes.
And that would be already time trouble for him. Do they have control on move 40 or?
No, it is still the end of the game. Yeah, this is it. This is because it's double round. It cannot be.
Yes.
Plus, anyway, for freestyle, we never had longer time control than this. Yeah, so this is the so-called classical time control, which is a fast classical time control. Knight b5. So yeah, Vincent is happy. At the same time, he's now a little bit irritated by this knight b5 move. He would have liked, in my mind, to get more clarity before.
Yes, and when you don't have space like black does, you have to exchange some minor pieces at least. So knight b5, yes, has this merit.
Maybe let's get the bird's eye view.
Maybe knight d1. Could knight d1 be possible, and then e4, and then return somehow?
To avoid any of this
it looks trade. A bit, I don't know, it looks a bit...
well, but it has a merit, yeah, just because we have space advantage. Black's pieces are kind of hanging in the air. Maybe we have to avoid. It's a conceptual move. A very nice little move.
The only question, but because c5 doesn't seem to work.
Wow, but apparently not. You cannot. And look at this, what a big drop in elevation. But can I actually take on g3 and then block the e4 square? This is how, I don't know with which knight, but something like there is a blockade. You have knight f2, but then f5 might be hanging.
Yes. Okay. No, it was not really my move. I just said this thing about exchanging pieces, and the only way, I mean, I would not go knight c4, because I don't see anything after that.
Yeah.
But no, so e4 is probably...
But yeah, let's get the bird's eye view, because probably this is a good moment then to go for a break, because after that we will have non-stop action and we might not get another chance. Let's just take a look.
Of course, during the break we'll just check the games, constantly on the phone.
So what do we have here? Magnus Carlsen in control. The queens got traded off, and he's, well, actually he's a piece done, but the knight on g8 will be kind of
I wanted
trapped.
to say that the knight, okay, if he takes on g4, then
but wait a second, then before we go on break,
Yes, you have to see that.
But before we go even there, just to appreciate the Pranav Vasilagnav game is a complete chaos. Unbelievable game which would deserve a very close look for sure. Nyepo against Mendonça is looking good for Nyepo, but I think like Mendonça has played brilliantly in order to stay in the game and has quite a decent position.
No, I think that Pranav Vasil will never look like a classical game.
Yeah, that will never
I don't know how this can happen.
Yes. So, okay, that's a wild affair. And just very quickly, the Magnus game.
Duda Murzin is very coherent.
Yeah, that is a big strategic battle. We don't have time to deal with that. But
Vincent played d4, okay, which is normal.
Yeah, the natural move. And what happened here? Yeah, after d5, I was wondering that, yeah, what happens after queen b5 check? But, okay, black simply played queen c6, takes. Then d3, so there is no more rook f4 trick. But after rook takes g4, d takes c4, it looks like black has so many pawns, black has so much activity, and look at those knights, they are, and also the bishop, everything is out of control.
But okay, the threat is c takes d5, let's say.
Yeah, but okay, you can choose between d4 or dc.
Yes.
Because knight h6 is always bad, rook h4, trapping that knight.
But the knight is not in danger yet at the same time.
Not in danger yet, yes.
Because not even knight f7. Okay, knight f7, king f8, there will be rook takes f7, let's say.
Yeah, but for example, after dc4, I might be setting bishop e5, targeting that pawn. It looks very promising for Magnus.
But this takes c, maybe knight c2 to arrive to e3. So maybe d4.
Yeah, d4 is like the conceptual move, but I don't know if I have time to do that, but it feels good.
Because dc knight c2, I don't know, okay, it's a lot of pawns, but now the knight comes out. Okay, this is what the engine likes, yeah, and doesn't like my knight c2.
Well, yes, you play knight c2, but it looks promising. But we promised everyone that, yeah, we have a look. It looks good for Magnus. We have understood how we reached here. Magnus has a very pleasant choice. I believe no matter if he goes for d4 or dc, in both cases he has everything in his hands. And we should probably be heading for our break and be back in 5-6 minutes with all the action. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. We are back. The heat is on. A super sharp position everywhere. Super sharp positions everywhere. Vincent Keimer against Alexei Sarana. I think Sarana is mounting a comeback. Before we left, we have been praising the move knight b5 by Sarana. And look at this. There is a transformation of happenings. All this happened. We will come back to it. Suddenly the computer's evaluation jumped. Drop back to kind of zeros. Yeah, that somewhere Vincent lost his advantage. Actually, I think the last move, queen h5, was the move, queen d1 to h5, that was criticized by computers. So he's also down to 25 minutes. Things are out of control. Then let's take a look at Magnus Carlsen. He did spend quite some time, and then d takes c4 happened, so we did not miss out on any move. D takes c4, rook c3 happened. Magnus is thinking again. The Pranav game against Vasily Graf. I would like to highlight that this was the only game that I suddenly had a very little time to check on the phone. I just felt like this is such a fantastic game, and we haven't had the chance to cover it in great extent.
And the computer thinks it's a typical drawish position.
Yeah, that is 0-0, like nothing is happening. It's the most boring position of them all.
Yes.
I can reveal you that what I have very quickly checked without deep analysis, it was incredibly impressive how both these gentlemen navigated. Yeah, there were few very little misses, but in general they just played a sensational game. But Pranav, look at this, he's down to less than 10 minutes for this crazy game.
For Vasily it was more natural, yes. As a Grunfeld player, he throwing away the pawns, throwing forward the pawns was more natural, no?
Yeah, probably. Well, he's the best in all this chaotic position. I think he's best between the bests in this kind of stuff. Incredible. I even don't know where to. What about Nyepo? Okay, Nyepo's position is a little bit slow. He's enjoying himself,
but you know, I was thinking before he played b3 that if the pawn was on b3, I would think that it was a Nimzovich-Larsen opening. And now it looks like, the structure is very typical. It could arise with f4, no, bishop b2, exchange the bishop somehow. And now after b3, I'm satisfied because it could really be from that opening. Yeah, with the pawn on b2, of course, you have doubts.
Could be, yeah, he pushes b4, yeah, he wants to get b5 in. It looks promising for him, he goes for an attack. Then Pranav has played the move queen a1. The queen is aiming at the long diagonal. We can also see the excitement in Pranav's body language, that he understands that this is a crazy position, I'm down to 9 minutes on the clock. How do I navigate it? There is excitement, and Mendonça is also down to only 12 minutes for the rest of the game. There is no time control here. Where should we head?
White's play is easier because, okay, he has this pawn with b5. Black, of course, he has this Dutch kind of structure, more space, but the endgames are good for White probably, and play is easier, so...
Yeah, well, I think let's quickly jump to the Pranav game against MVL. In order to understand, these are the players who are chasing Magnus Carlsen. They are just half a point behind. And apparently the evil bar is dropping heavily after the move queen a1. Just very quickly to see what happened. It was complete chaos. And what I was very impressed about after fe5, which was the best move, g6, that the only move to fight for an advantage and for initiative was the move knight b3, which took Pranav incredible amount of time, but he found it. And this is how things then heated up even further. Bishop e5, knight c5, bishop b2, bishop takes f5, sacrifice, gf, knight takes f5, rook takes f5, a fantastic counter.
Did he need that? I mean, okay, it's beautiful, but did he need it?
Well, computer was saying that maybe he could have played something like knight takes b7 and then rook b1, but this is, or queen b3.
No, but I speak about bishop takes f5. Was this necessary, bishop takes f5?
But we don't have time to analyze.
Yes, of course.
Yeah,
yes,
unfortunately,
yes.
Yeah, every game needs 1 hour of analysis,
yes.
but there is so much action, so we have to just had, just so that we have a little overview. Rook f5, where all this came from bishop e6, rook h5, bishop c1, queen c1, knight f7. Here was the moment when you highlighted that according to computer everything is kind of normal, and then Pranav played this slightly mysterious queen a1. Why I say that it's mysterious? Yeah, Maxim just dubbed that rook on h5. That queen c3 looked then already more natural. No?
It was my thought. It was my thought. Yes.
If we want to get to the long diagonal, then did queen b6 disturbed him maybe? That after queen c3 there is queen b6 move, and there is a check, and there is a pin. So probably this explains why queen a1 happened. In any case, the computer after the move queen a1 is now happy for Maxim. The question is Maxim happy?
Well, black is a piece up, let's say, for 2 pawns, maybe 3 pawns. Actually, I don't understand where is black's advantage.
It looks like a total mess,
Maybe he could just take on h7, couldn't he? I mean, instead of queen a1.
Going pawn hunting, but then black gets... this knight on f7 is fantastic, secures black's king. I'm not afraid. Some queen g5, can I play queen g5?
Okay, it allows this.
No, it is not queen g5, but... okay, this is a little bit of a slow move.
No. Okay, no. No, it leaves space, yes.
But yeah, he played queen a1, and this is what we are dealing with. We have no idea why
maybe
computer
bishop e3.
thinks...
Maybe bishop e3 was interesting, yes? Bishop e3, and then maybe...
To activate, yeah?
Yeah, because, okay, we have 2 pawns for the piece, and maybe there will be 3 soon. Who knows?
Yeah, well, I'm relying on the initiative that the famous saying, that if you attack, the opposite colored bishop position always favors the attacker. Eventually, the knight may be falling back to e4 and heading to f6. Nice little check against black's king.
If he takes on c4, because this knight takes e6 is a permanent stress somehow.
Yeah, but bishop c4, it's like a big tempo. I don't know. Bishop c4, I was very worried to take.
And it's not such a big pawn, you mean? The tempo is bigger than the pawn, you know?
Well, it actually opens up the file. Yeah, I don't care about the pawn, but it disturbs me that potentially your rook can...
But understand that my only suggestions here were pawn grabbing. Rook takes h7, bishop takes... The only thing I understand. So
yeah, I think you are not alone. I think you are not alone. Pranav is down to 9 minutes. Yeah, maybe Maxim is the only player who understands some things, and maybe Magnus or Nyepo would, if they would be involved. Okay, everything to play for. We will come back to it. Let's get an update on Yakuboev, Magnus Carlsen. What we have seen here, there was this transformation. We have been debating that, both d5, d4, and d takes c4 looked good for Magnus. Magnus took his time, opted for dc, and after rook c3, bishop e5, rook e3 is now the current state of affairs. Be careful if you move the bishop, you grab the pawn prematurely. Just to highlight, it's checkmate in 2. So easy.
We have a perfectly white bar now.
And that knight on g8
yes.
suddenly supports the attack.
There is this mate with knight, or the knight on e1, rook f1 mate, or knight on d1, rook e1 mate.
Yes.
Against the h2, g2, yes.
Yes,
so that knight is...
that is like a tricky kind of knight. This is what Yakuboev, not counting on this mate, but counting on some counterplay, because he wants to make sure that his knight on g8 is not just stranded there, trapped, because then the position will be hopeless, practically speaking.
I once beat Danailov at Topalov second. I played knight takes f1, I took the rook. And here with the knight from d6 took my rook on e8. And then I had queen c7 to h2, and it's made on the next move.
Wow.
So he even laughed. He even said, bravo. So those knights are very tricky.
Yes, I remember the motive that comes to my mind with this crazy kind of knight, which we are not used to, when there was this deep freeze match with Kramnik. The knight on f8 with white knight on f8, black king on h8, and the queen... Kramnik did not see that queen h7 checkmate is a one-move threat.
Yes,
and he was thinking, he played a neutral move after some thinking for 10 minutes on the other side of the board. And can you imagine the person who navigates the computer, who sits there, and he's looking at Kramnik, the world champion, and checkmate in 1. And he's walking quietly on the stage like, I made a good move.
Sometimes this kind of freestyle positions can arise in in classical chess.
Yes, very rarely, but,
yes,
but they
yes.
can. And one more highlight that, yeah, if suddenly the bishop moves, then also, for example, just bishop d6, which
Knight
is
f6, yeah.
completely ridiculous because the bishop just moved here. Clearly, Magnus is probably thinking about the rook e6, but just to highlight that suddenly there is also another cheapo. Watch out, this rook c3, rook e3, practically speaking, was a very clever choice by Yakuboev. Just shows this fighting spirit that the Uzbek players have.
Rook e6 or knight f7? No, knight f7 there is... Maybe there is knight h6 after knight f7.
Yeah, there is at least something to think about,
Yes.
because also there, okay, knight f7.
Because rook f7, rook g1, I'm not so sure.
Yes.
But knight h6, knight h6.
This
No, but apparently this works.
It works, because I don't know, knight h6, can you maybe take on g1? I mean, intuitively, I was...
Some double triple attack.
Yes.
Bishop d4 or...
bishop f4, bishop d4,
yeah.
yes. I don't know where to put this bishop, but it attracted my attention that, this, and then takes, looks like winning for black.
The only not attacked piece is on a1.
Yes.
Is a Tarrasch piece, a Tarrasch knight.
Exactly. So, wow, but that would be fantastic if we can develop that knight. This explains, because this rook e6, I was not sure at all. I did not like if black has to base his play on rook e6.
If rook e6, then knight c2, maybe.
Yeah, it gives white time, because we get
something.
pinned. This is not ideal. No, clearly Magnus is relying on knight f7, but it's such a special kind of variation that he does double, triple checks to make sure.
Maybe after all he will play with many pawns for the bishop, because knight f7, rook f7, rook g1, rook f1 exchanges, and
Let's
bishop
just
takes
show
b2.
this for our audience. So rook takes f7 is met by rook takes g1 check.
Rook f1 you have to play.
But okay, with this bishop against...
It's too many pawns. Yeah, I mean, this is what I meant. Yeah, I mean, he has
this
four
winning.
pawns. You can take on b2, I think.
Yeah, I think I can. Yeah, and also rook e7, king
King
f8
f8, no.
always,
Yes.
always wins.
No,
So
this is what I meant. I mean, there is such a possibility to...
yes.
So after knight f7, okay, he has to find a move. Maybe knight c2 at once, I don't know.
Yeah, he cannot immediately try to...
Because knight
make use
f7
of.
doesn't threaten anything.
Doesn't threaten yet anything, yeah.
And knight c2 threatens maybe knight h6 because it defends d4.
Certainly, yeah. Finally, and look at this, it's like a symmetry, yeah? Black plays knight f7, the knight which was not yet involved, and we finally get time to activate our knight to c2.
Yes.
This is still a very sharp position. And we see also Magnus, yeah, he's leaning towards knight f7. It will be played, yeah,
Yes.
on the board. Knight f7, knight c2 will be played quickly as well.
No, knight f7 should be the main candidate after you look at the position for half a minute.
Yes.
And then you have to check if it's still if it's really working. That's I don't think there are many candidates. Rook e6, yes, a bit.
I'm kind of expecting knight c2 to be played within, yes, exactly.
Not clear what after that, but okay.
Yeah, what comes next, it's another story, but Yakuboev clearly...
We parry this rook takes g1, which
yes,
is...
clearly has anticipated that Magnus will play knight f7. He's down to 26 minutes. He wants to put the pressure on Magnus that, please, I have to play knight c2. I don't know yet what's going on. I want to think in your time. Yeah, it's very typical.
And probably he's not very happy, but I don't think he's as unhappy as half an hour ago.
Yeah, because then it was a shock. Yeah, that from a
yes.
very promising horse, seemingly he was probably thinking he's winning. It was a cold shower that, wow, actually I'm in trouble. He was forced to enter this unpleasant endgame, which was certainly not his plan, but now that he already settled to the new task of...
He understands that he doesn't lose at once.
Yes.
Okay,
he's still in the fight, and it's still kind of a crazy position.
He adapted himself to the change. Maybe he forgot that he was better. Maybe he forgot. This is the best thing, actually, to forget.
Very often forgetting is the best, yeah. Yes. So, all right, maybe let's get the bird's eye view. Knight c2 will be played. I also see the evil bar saying that in Vincent's game there are developments, and Vincent is again clearly better according to the computer.
Okay, we must see that because many things happen there.
We have to, yeah, we have to head there.
Many
Just a very quick overview. Okay, MVL played queen e7.
But my dream was to bring the pawn on e6. I wanted to say it, but you said something interesting at that time, and I said that if we reach e6 with the pawn, then we should be closer to the end.
Aha.
In Carlsen's,
Vincent's game.
Vincent's game, yes.
Yeah. So okay, very quickly, yeah, we can actually then head to that game. This is our big game. After all, if Vincent wins, then basically that's the biggest news for the tournament. Then we can after check who can still chase him or catch him before the last round. But this is the transformation, queen d1, bishop c4. We talked about that. At least there is some hope for black, that this reminds us of some normal chess finally. From black's perspective, rook e1, c5.
Yeah, unfortunately he cannot go knight e6 because then e5, e6 crashes.
And I believe that computer was critical about queen h5. We don't have time to speculate about this, but it had a point because white wants to play e5.
Yes, yes, yes.
So I understand the excitement in Vincent. CD, CD, bishop take g3, giving up the bishop in order to stop any kind of e5 knight e4s.
Penrose attack, the Penrose attack.
Yes, and also once e5 happens, then actually the bishop on b8 will be a very bad piece.
Yes, yes.
So it's understandable that black gives up the bishop, then castles. Finally, there is castles.
I forgot about the castle.
But it runs into e5, so there is no quiet situation yet. Knight d8, the knight is moving away. Computer criticizes the most natural move. Knight d8, Vincent pushes e6, queen d6, and we reach the live position.
So it means that instead of knight d8, he had to do something dynamical.
Yeah, okay, forget about it.
Okay,
because that is the past. This is the position. E6, queen d8, e6, queen d6. Clearly, Sarana is trying to activate his knight and go for counterplay. So practically speaking,
okay, so we have to prepare bishop takes g5.
But bishop e3 runs into queen g3.
But yeah, we have to prepare it. Yeah.
I'm actually thinking about some absolute crazy thing like rook e4, rook g4, rook takes g5, and then f6.
Or king h2, bishop e3, bishop takes g5.
Yeah, but I think that this rook g5, f6 might be winning.
It's better.
Because rook f6, queen h7 is checkmate.
Because bishop takes g5 is not such a big threat.
It's not such a big threat, yes.
But
so
rook e4 is maybe, yes.
I very much believe that maybe this rook e4, but rook e4 is met by queen b4. Let's just calm down. Yeah, rook e4 with the idea of going for it suddenly allows black to counter it with queen before hitting the bishop, which is needed for the attack. Wow, okay.
Yeah, and the pawn on f5 is also in danger if you lose the bishop, so yeah, okay.
And Vincent down to 18 minutes. This is exactly the kind of storyline that Sarana was hoping for.
And if he goes king h2 and rook h1, very primitively.
Wow, well, primitively and brilliantly, yeah, because... but do we have time for it? Knight c6, rook h1.
Knight takes d4, and we cannot clear the d5.
You cannot,
the h5.
Exactly, you cannot get one more move. Yeah, if it would be your move, just to illustrate our viewers, king g1, and it's game over. There's checkmate on h7.
Yes, okay.
Well, very, very tricky position, and that's why Evil Bar should be dismissed, because the players don't have it.
And we have it only partially.
Yes. I was actually thinking about this, that once you mentioned king h2, rook h1, that is there a different way? And now Sotiris is telling us, because whenever I get hint, I want to highlight that I got a hint, that maybe this idea could be potentially be played like this. And then
you have king h1.
We have king h1. Yeah, just for example, compare the two lines with each other, but this is incredible stuff. Look at this. This check, we go king h1, queen d1 check, we go king h2, and queen d6
G3.
check, we go g3 or bishop
or
g3.
Bishop G3, yes.
But yeah, that's it. What an incredible construction, but you have to come up with the idea. You have to understand that you can execute it in perfect manner. The point is, however, that if Vincent is not finding this idea, then strategically speaking, he has burned quite some bridges.
He became rigid. he became rigid somehow.
Yeah, because
he has to
his bishop is dead on b1. The bishop on f2 is doing nothing. Black has a wonderful bishop on c4. Knight is heading to c6. Black can take over.
And the problem is that the temptation is to sacrifice on g5. I wanted to sacrifice the bishop, you want to sacrifice the rook.
Yes.
And you don't get there. And actually the bishop on b1, it doesn't matter, it's dead. It defends f5, that's good enough.
Yeah,
so you started with g4 or rook e3? G4,
G4, yeah, G4.
G4 and it's probably game over, yeah?
Well, or it's very tough, but it is very difficult to come up. Yeah, let's just go step by step. Yeah, as you highlighted, you first mentioned bishop e3. Was clear that then there is queen g3. Then I got excited that, yes, wait a second, of course I want to sacrifice on g5. There is this brilliancy. So it's also kind of in Vincent's kind of mind. How do I open up this bishop and deliver checkmate? And look at this. Vincent is frustrated because if he doesn't find the winning continuation, Black will be doing very well, practically speaking.
No, of course, the white pawns may start to fall one after another if he doesn't.
Sarana keeps the time advantage.
Judging from his body language, I think he checked already 2 or 3 ways of starting the attack, and he's not sure yet. Yes.
Yeah,
he must find g4.
Yeah, his clock is ticking down to 15 minutes. He's under 15 minutes, and if he doesn't find this idea, he can just lose the game. Before we were speaking about white has a very nice position with total control, and here this is very tricky.
Concrete, very concrete, yes.
Very concrete, yeah.
So king h2 may also be good.
Yeah, but okay, this king h2, if we cannot fall, and there you go, we have a move. Vincent made a move, and he played the move g4. The move, yeah, okay, he's playing the game. He went for this queen h5, e5. He knows the spirit, and he goes for it.
But you know, this is a typical mistake made by spectators who watch the games. I think I remember one of your games in a top tournament. Somebody said, "But how come a player like Peter Leko, he turned the position of +4 into +2 or something like that?"
Yeah, or sometimes -2, -2. Yeah.
No, that was the case when it was the best practical move actually for a human.
Was the +2?
Yes, from +4 to +2. Actually, that was something you could understand how to win. But yes, but sometimes it's +4 to -3, and it's when g4. Okay, apparently king h2 is also good, but here
there's a clear.
From what we know, g4 is winning, and other moves may be worse for white.
And why I also like that g4 is played, because just in case when white plays then rook e3 and rook h3. Against queen b4 and queen takes b1 check, the f5 pawn is protected.
Yes,
the pawn on g4 protects, and that's why Black is unable to cover back on h7. So Vincent knows he has only 15 minutes left. He has to find a good way. If it gets murky and it's just a double-edged game with mutual chances, then Sarana will become a favorite.
Of course, to find g4, you need, I mean, okay, a certain class as a player, but okay, you found it, okay. And
no, I did not find it. I got the hint from Sotiris.
Okay,
yes, thanks to Sotiris. Probably Stockfish find g4,
but okay, you have to, okay, you have a chance to find it. But there are such positions when the move is irrational. The only move that wins, and actually the only move that doesn't lose.
Yes.
So then, of course, as a super GM, you turn a +5 into a minus.
Yeah, I think if we will have Vincent the chance to ask that what was his thought process, I would not be surprised if he would be telling that, you know, I tried to make king h2, rook h1, king g1 work,
most probably,
and I was just not in time. And then once you spot this idea, then automatically you think like, wait a second, how else I can get there? I think if we would have also spent a few more minutes, then the idea of, wait a second, can we find another route, would have...
Okay, maybe there are players, okay, maybe Vincent is one of them, I cannot know, who had g4 as the main candidate, I don't know.
No, but then he would have blitzed it out much faster.
Yes.
He was, he needed some time. Maybe he saw it from distance. We have to ask him.
Yes. But it looks like he thought like us. I mean, like You start looking for ideas.
But then the big question is, how does black fight against this idea? Is queen b4 maybe the idea in order to avoid this kind of stuff?
So queen b4 now.
Yes, maybe black should play queen b4 in order to not let the rook come to the game.
Okay, first of all, one question is bishop c2, let's say, or bishop e4.
Well,
bishop
there
e4
are
is
many
safe.
questions.
But rook, okay, rook e3.
I also think that maybe king h2 is kind of a very interesting move, because we made a neutral move and then we set up again the threat of going
but
to...
you know why I like bishop e4? Because you cannot move with the knight.
Yeah, that's all. The
The
total
bishop-
dominate. Yeah, now we can just dominate.
The bishop is safe there.
Yes.
It will be safe after rook e3 also.
Exactly.
And yeah, I think that's...
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. So
Yes,
it's,
yes.
what is the move? And Sarana made a move. He
King
played
G7.
king g7. So he's getting ready to defend, the position with rook h8. But that already signals then that white has everything under control. Yeah, now there is no pressure on white.
Yes, but okay, when you attack, you also take certain responsibilities. So
yeah, but that rook h, it can actually lead to a very funny construction, just highlighting, of course, that nothing is forced, just for highlighting purposes, that white reaches with the rook to h3, black plays rook h8, white
Queen
plays
h6,
queen h6
yes.
check, black plays king g8, then one could argue that the rook is completely stuck,
Yes,
but actually
but
white's pieces are also lining up there for nothing.
you know, but there is this Vladimir Vukovic. He was a player during Alechin's time, and so he wrote this fantastic book, Art of Attacking Chess, which had, I don't know, 17 editions or something like that. And he explains that when you start an attack, you should start with the least committal moves. Because if you start with the queen and the attack doesn't break through, then you are stuck with the queen there and you lose coordination.
Yes.
Of course, this is not the case. Apparently, the attack is consistent, but you have to know what to do after rook h8. And
Yes.
because the passive rook on h8 keeps
And the knight,
two white pieces busy.
yes, and who knows, the knight might start jumping. On the other hand, maybe this knight is needed in order to defend the f7 square. Probably this is very vital, yeah, because this whole rook h8 idea only works if the knight covers the f7 square.
But the only question is whether after that thing you can play bishop e3 and bishop takes g5.
Exactly. Start the targeting the...
Or rook h5, rook g5.
Yeah, that was the other. Yeah, I was also thinking about it.
But okay, but that's already okay. It's concrete and it better work, because if not...
It should better work, yeah. And clock is ticking. Vincent down to 12.5 minutes for the rest of the game. There is no time control, reaching
Yes.
move 40, getting an extra half an hour, and then quietly think about the rest. There is tremendous pressure. Yeah, now the other question, that is going for the attack the only way, or is there a bailout for white in the sense that we can just claim a nice advantage now that we got g4, king g7 in?
I was thinking of bishop e4.
Yeah, bishop
because
e4.
Because if I can get to play d5, which you cannot take,
yes,
then my idea was to play bishop e4, d5, and bishop d4. And
yeah, I only don't know that what happens
that's,
bishop e4, bishop d5.
That's the question. Yeah, that was my
Yes.
question.
Yes.
That was my question.
I was a little bit worried of this, that if there is no kill
Yes.
here, then I don't want to.
But then maybe I play bishop f3.
Cemento.
And I keep you busy like this.
Yeah, this is actually beautiful.
I keep you like this, and I keep my domination, and then I can do several things.
Yes. Okay. Can I now
Knight
get, because
C6.
the rook cannot lift on the third rank?
Not yet. But,
Am I in time to go? Apparently not. Maybe you can anyway play rook e3 and the same ideas happen, yeah?
Because there will be queen f7 mate.
Yes.
Yes. The queen
Once
f7.
the knight
yes,
moves, then
yes,
already
yes,
the
yes,
same
yes.
problem. So
Yes,
this line
is
is very much similar to the previous one.
Okay, this checks, which
This
don't
we already
change
know.
anything.
And rook h8 doesn't mean
queen
anything
f7 because the knight is too
checkmate,
active.
yes. So many finesses. King g7 played by Sarana. Vincent about to make a move. No, this is not yet the move. He hasn't made the move yet.
Conceptually, I like bishop e4 because if I play d5, then I think I'm crashing. No,
then you get He continues with rook e3, I believe. He's about to, yeah, he plays the move rook e3. Okay, rook e3 on the board. Computer also agrees with the move rook e3.
But okay, bishop e4 can be played on the next move.
On the next move as well.
It was...
But yeah, you can see the excitement, the nervousness. Vincent is now already not getting up. This is one of the problems when you are in time pressure, that you don't feel like you have the right to get up anymore, but by getting up, you calm your nerves, you kind of, you know, get out of this stress situation.
Even if you are not a smoker.
Yes.
I mean, if you're
absolutely.
Yes.
And I always liked, even if I'm in time trouble, of course not when I have like 2 minutes, but if I have like 10, I still get up and look a little bit other boards, not to think about it, but just so that my mind, you know, refreshes itself. And then I get back to the board and I can again fully focus.
To forget
all
these traces that
exactly.
have been built in the brain.
Exactly, yeah. So
to have freshness.
When some spectators, they don't really understand, okay, players going for a walk, what are they doing, and like this, it is part of being ready for the next kind of
So
phase
he disliked the idea of bishop e4.
Yeah.
He played bishop d5 to prevent...
Bishop d5, but okay, now clearly we will play rook h3, I believe, because this is kind of thematic, rook h8, and somewhere this bishop, but bishop d5 also eyes the g2 pawn, yeah, so black somehow wants to get counterplay. Does he have time to get counterplay?
He wants to get funny ideas, yeah.
And do we include queen h6 check, king g8 or not? That's another
I
very
think
big
that
question.
we should not play queen h6 yet, because we can play it whenever we want. He will not play h6.
Yes,
I
he will
think,
probably not play h6. Who knows?
Who knows? It's not so clear.
Who knows? Yeah, h6, queen g6 check, king f8, rook takes h6, we take.
Yes, we want a pawn, but...
and there are no more attacking pieces, yeah, and it's a total blockade. I wouldn't be sure about that.
So it's a good question.
It is a very good question.
But let's say I would play bishop h3, because if h6, then I just check and play bishop takes g5, or bishop takes g5 at once.
And fg, what is this?
If h6.
So first of all, against bishop e3, can I already start my counterplay or not? With queen b4, that's also a question, because the counterplay is based on queen g2 checkmate. Okay, just to see what
you know,
happens.
I don't want to check, because after bishop takes g5, I have a threat, bishop h6 and queen e8 mate.
Yes, that is very important.
Because queen h6 is committal, what Vukovic said.
Yes. And bishop h6, king g8, queen e8 checkmate.
Because otherwise, which is the threat?
Yes.
If I don't have this, why I'm...
And of course, if I'm planning to recapture, then I should not move my queen. But what do I move then?
You cannot move the knight with the knight. Let's say b4. Play b4.
Just a neutral move,
stupid
yes.
move, yeah, okay.
Okay, we are expecting that. Okay, this sacrifice. No, queen. No, I mean queen h6, rook g5.
Queen f6 and f6.
Rook
and f6.
Yeah, but rook h5 just.
Rook h5.
No? Wow, rook h5 not. There is.
Knight f7 or what?
Knight x e6. Well, what is the defense? Yeah, maybe just knight x e6. Could it be? No.
Knight f7.
What the?
Knight f7 maybe.
No? Yeah, knight f7
and
was
king,
my very.
King takes f7.
And king takes.
King
yes.
takes f7. Yes.
Yes, and the rook g5. Yeah, that was my also. I thought like okay, knight f7, but I hallucinated.
But you have f6. The idea you mentioned in a different.
When?
Here f6 now.
Here just f6. Yeah. Opening up the bishop.
Threatens
finally.
mate. Yes.
Threatens this mate, and after ef, finally we.
Another mate. Yes.
Get the bishop going.
It should be a mate, no?
And this should be mate.
If it's not, then it's bad luck.
Well, it is, I think, simple. We can just give checks and queen e8.
And it looks like mate.
This is sometimes the primitive play is the most effective. So, okay, we know that there are such things. Vincent is down to 7 minutes, 30 seconds.
So maybe he should not hurry with queen h6, because he has it in reserve.
He shouldn't, but he hasn't played rook h3 yet as well. Yeah, if he would have 10 extra minutes, and he's going crazy that where is this checkmate? Why am I not seeing the finishing touch?
And if Rook h3, rook h8, bishop g5, h6. Then I think bishop g5 at some point should win anyway, no?
Well, probably, yeah, that was the discussion that we had, that can black
bishop e3,
play h6,
and then bishop g5, I don't know.
Exactly, but yeah, bishop g5.
Yeah, bishop g5 at once, no? Or queen g6.
At once, okay, I take.
Check.
Check, king f8.
Take on h6 probably.
No,
no,
takes,
there
then
is
I don't have...
Rook g8.
Yeah, so probably f6,
f6
again.
At once, yes.
Again, this f6 opening up.
No, this was my, yes, because the rook is hanging there, yes.
Yes, but
so
okay, knight takes e6. It is much more complicated than you want. Yeah, rook h3 played.
But rook takes h6 now, and the bishop will come to attack now.
Rook g8.
Rook g8, anyway.
It still goes on, and then maybe some quiet little move. I don't know, but I understand the frustration in Vincent's.
No,
maybe we just pick up the rook somehow.
Yes. No.
The rook is hanging.
Yes,
okay.
yes. Mm-hmm.
No, okay, and queen e7, then queen f5 check, and the bishop is hanging. But this is, we wanted to deliver checkmate and things out of control. Vincent is going crazy. Rook h3, rook h8 on the board. We should be heading towards this direction, but I think key is to understand that this bishop e3, bishop takes g5, bishop h6 check, queen e8, checkmate, stops black's counterplay against the g2 pawn, yeah, because psychologically I think, especially after bishop d5, yeah, Vincent is about to play bishop e3.
I see it on the video, okay.
Yes, bishop e3, of course,
no, he understood that
queen b4 is blitzed out, he relies on this defense, but bishop g5 and bishop h6, queen e8, he blitzes out queen b4.
He takes advantage of the fact that Vincent doesn't have time.
And it is so important, yeah, not to include queen h6 check.
Just check, if you play queen h6, then there is no advantage?
I think, at least it's not straightforward. Yes, and Vincent is about to make a move, so let's keep full focus on Vincent.
No, Vukovic knew the abstract things. Vukovic understood this. This is one of the most important things I have learned from a book. I mean, explained like this, just openly.
Yeah, it is very interesting. It's a conceptual thing, yeah?
You don't make premature commitments. You make the small commitments first. And of course, queen h5 was a commitment, but the computer didn't like it.
Yeah, didn't like it.
It worked out well. It worked out, yeah, just abstractly.
Yes.
But then yes, now it's important not to play probably bishop
down
h6.
to 5.5 minutes. However, it's 30 seconds increments, so as long as Vincent knows that what I'm calculating is correct, it is not a scary situation. But if he makes a mistake and misses the chance, then it will be very tricky to navigate this position with so little time.
So how is it now with bishop g5?
Yeah, bishop g5, also the good news that after queen takes d4 check, we can just fall back with the bishop to e3 because the rook is protecting.
Yeah,
that is very nice.
Yes.
But Vincent is going very low on the clock because it drives him crazy that why is this not over? For example, bishop g5, fg, we are assuming that this queen h6, no, queen h6 is a mistake because this was
knight f7,
good before,
knight f7.
But knight even loses.
Okay.
So queen takes g5, king f8, and once again this f6 business.
But at least he has a perpetual, so...
Vincent plays a small little move. He made a move, a small little move, bishop to d3, cemento.
He wants to go bishop f1, okay.
He doesn't want to burn bridges. And
everything is defended now, okay, except for the pawn on a2, but...
it is a very practical move, yes.
Yes.
Because this bishop g5, if this bishop g5 was a direct force made, then of course everybody goes for it, and queen g5 is also a mistake, so it means that f6 is the move, or what? Because queen h6 is mistake, queen g5 is mistake, and probably f6 wins. Okay.
f6 now.
f6 wins on the
only
spot,
now.
Yeah. King f6 is queen h6 checkmate.
And if king g8, then bishop takes h7.
Yes.
One
more time.
Everything we check the...
Yeah, but how easy is this? Because actually the f7 is protected, the e7 square is protected. This whole line still goes on. Winning the queen at the end, yeah, against king d6.
But king e6 he had.
Yeah, but king e6 we also give queen e8 check.
Yeah, so that
yeah, so it doesn't change anything. So there was this way of winning the queen, or maybe even give the checkmate.
I saw mate into queen e7, queen c7.
Ah, that is even better. So there was this, but you are nervous. Yeah, you have very little. I mean, you have very little time. Basically, the title is on the line, because if Vincent wins, he will be one of probably 2 players who can still win the event. There is a result in the Pranav Maxim Vasilyev game, draw. Well, I want to upload that game because we don't know what happened after, but it was something. No.
He won.
0-1. No, MVL won. Okay, even then, for his coolness, he deserved the applause, because it's crazy, and it means that he puts the pressure on Vincent. He's now 7 out of 8. Maxim Vasilyev, an incredible player. Yeah, Pranav ran out of time. I think that was also one of the big problems. But yeah, let's go to the live action. Queen b2, bishop f1. The cemento continues. The weak spot is defended. We see that the computer says now white is not anymore winning. White is better, but probably Vincent just wants to have a stable kind of position that he squeezes. However, now this whole bishop takes g5, queen g5, I mean f6 motif disappeared.
Yes, yes. But after bishop g5, if he plays queen takes b1 check, what is the win?
Then the queen was away, probably.
No, yes. You know what I think? I think that's something with f6, and then there is e7 in the end.
Yes.
With the king on g8, e7.
I also thought that.
Because the queen is not on b4 anymore, yes, maybe that.
Yeah, so we are talking about this bishop takes g5.
And not fg.
Where was this bishop g5?
Yes,
yeah, here.
There.
Bishop g5, yeah, that black could have even taken this bishop, take another bishop, and if you don't see forced mate immediately, then of course you cannot go for this. And which move order? We have to take on g5 and king f8, f6. This was the line that I had in my mind.
Queen g6 is not possible, and the threat is f takes e7.
Queen g7, f e7, yeah,
no,
too
but
many
there
things.
is no rook g8. There is no rook g8.
There
with,
is
the queen,
no, yes.
With the queen on b4, probably rook g8.
Yeah, could.
No, still queen h6. Still queen h6. No.
Okay.
No,
it's all very complicated. That apparently was winning by force, but yes, it's understandable that Vincent looked for a solid way, because there, if something backfires, then he might even lose the game. Yeah, and he probably feels that I'm simply better and I'm having a very strong attack.
But okay, let's say here too, he must stay focused, because okay, let's say black takes the pawn and starts advancing his...
But how you take? With which piece you take the pawn?
Maybe I play b4 first.
Play b4. Another question, that what happens if black plays this h6 and goes now for all this type of...
Because there is queen takes d4 check, yes, after, in some cases.
Yeah, I don't know, this h6, it loses, yeah, it's very important for Vincent if this wins, because trading the rooks...
King g8.
King g8, because strategically, okay, he has perpetual, but where is the mate? And as you said, yeah, black is threatening to push.
Queen h5. Queen h5 here.
Yeah, and there is a move, queen a1. I believe queen a1 had been played, pinning the bishop, threatening bishop c4, putting the pressure.
So the cemento is not that solid yet.
Yeah, and look, yeah, Vincent is going crazy. He just cannot believe that he cannot finish it off.
No, sometimes, I mean, you know, an attacking player, I mean, if he has the position with bishop takes g5, I mean, he has to win it.
Yes.
Because if you don't win it, you may slowly lose the advantage. Or I mean, it's very difficult to say what is a practical decision, because look, here there is queen a1 and you are still not solid.
Not solid, yes.
You are still not solid.
You are not solid at all. Yeah, this queen is disturbing. The pin is there. There is no safety. If after bishop c4 you have to fall back with the rook to f3, then you lost all the ideas that you had before.
Yeah, and again we are getting closer to some endgame maybe, which is not so happy for. Yeah, I mean it's.
Yeah, no, it's clear that Vincent will have to somehow combine things with the sacrifice on g5, but he did not want to sacrifice unless he's winning by force.
But there is no rule to this, because sometimes the trainer tells you, okay, instead of calculating all these stupid lines, you should have played a move like bishop d3 and win the game.
Of course, some stable move, no nonsense and like this.
But here there could be the other thing. Instead of prolonging, because now my move, he has to make decisions.
Yes.
Better you take a decision, then you calculate everything.
Yes,
you
and then you have a clear direction. Yes.
And you win. But okay, how do you know in which situation you are?
Yeah, this is now a very hesitant situation. Well, that's why it's ideally you have 50 minutes on your clock, and then you can quietly calculate. But Vincent was too short on time.
Move 31. Sorry, there are move 31 still.
Yeah, and Vincent plays King F2. This is a little bit like a nervous move, King F2. Computer kind of agrees.
He wants to go to H2 probably somehow. Check.
He wants to get out of this pin, yeah? So if queen takes A2, check.
King G3, and then if you pin, then King H2.
Yes.
And at least for one move you can breathe.
Yeah, but this is already also very subtle. With 3.5 minutes on the clock already, think about all these finesses.
Yeah, I mean, you took a subtle decision, bishop d3, you took another subtle decision, king f2, you'll need to take 2 or 3 more, and your position didn't get better, it got less good. It got less good.
Yeah, it is of course very dramatic. I don't know what is the best, to stay fully focused here or to have the bird's eye view and then have them on camera and then just to check out a little bit on all the other action, because otherwise we are missing out on everything. What do we have in the Magnus's game? Yeah, Magnus apparently is enjoying himself. He has a very good chance of winning. Maxim Vachiaglav has won his game. That is a very important
so Magnus
win for him.
has a material advantage, actually, no?
He has material advantage, yes. Rook and lot of pawns against 2 pieces.
And the minor pieces don't look impressive.
Sarana has played the move bishop c4 just now, putting the pressure on Vincent that I want to trade off these light square bishops. The computer hates it, but he's following a strategy, and his strategy is to put pressure on Vincent's clock.
But he can take and maybe even play d5, I don't know. But d5 is not necessary. Maybe even.
Okay, but the c-pawn is also so-called coming.
Yes, but I want to go d6. So maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, but okay, we keep an eye what Vincent is just to continue our tour. Duda apparently is pressing on Murzin. Nyepo against Mendonca. Wow, according to computer, it's flat zeros, but probably Mendonca is in time trouble. Who knows what it is? A crazy wild position.
White advanced a lot, but black blocked the position.
And Abdusatov is putting pressure on Kamsky. All right, we had the overview. Let's head back to Vincent now, probably full screen. Bishop takes c4 happened. B takes c4 is blitzed out. And what next? When is this sacrifice finally working? But with the king on f2, I somehow intuitively don't have the feeling that sacrificing is the right way.
If d5, then queen e5 probably.
Well, d5 somehow opens up this the e5 square. Yeah, I'm also afraid of some millions of checks on the diagonal. I don't know, check, king h, king g1, queen a1, king h2, queen e5 check, and keeps on. But then I get king h1 and finally maybe bishop g1. But then how do I win?
Is now the idea king g3, c3, king h2, c2, bishop takes g5? Can this be?
Yeah, crazy. But it's too complex. Yeah, Vincent about to make a move. What is his plan? What is he intending? King g3. He keeps on walking. He keeps on walking. Yeah, it is.
And if c3, then he can take already on g5, actually.
It is apparently a very strong move. The first line of engine. Yes, Sotiris confirms that king g3. It means that, yeah, Vincent is in a tunnel. He is very much calculating. He might be already preparing.
It's a threat, I think. That was the idea.
Yeah, bishop takes g5. Okay, the king on f2 was very unsafe. Yeah, but coming, I mean, this king f2, king g3 idea that Vincent came up with is super impressive.
No, I mean, if he wins the game, it means that he managed this okay, because he knew that he would find such moves. No, king g3 reminds me of this famous Kasparov's king h2 against Karpov.
Ah, the king, yes.
Okay, this is different, the geometry, but the idea is the same, to prepare the attack.
To prepare the attack,
Of course, king g3 is no safe square, but however you look at it.
It wants to reach to h2, yes.
No, but now I think he wants to take. to take on g5. This is what I suggested, king g3 followed by king h2, but I think he can just take. If c3, for instance.
Yeah, after c3 we take, because after c3 our king is kind of safe.
No, if check, then king h2, yes, or
after any check.
Queen c3 or king e1.
So basically we are assuming that after c3, bishop takes g5,
this should win.
fg, and then,
again,
because the queen is so far away, I'm always tempted for this queen h6, rook h5 kind of idea.
Maybe you're right. No?
Can we just do this very primitive, systematic kind of stuff, which did not work at one moment with queen d6 because of knight f7,
but now
knight f7,
the queen is far, and it's equal material after knight f7.
And very importantly after this we hide our king, and the h4 square is covered by the rook. So this is easily understandable. This is clearly what Vincent is relying on and playing for. Will we see h6 by Sarana just trying now to stop that idea with bishop takes g5? Can he slow it down?
So here the problems were with this king. But okay, h6 we take, we give a check, and we play f6. I think that's what we want now to do.
You mean this, yeah?
Yes.
This is like the logic, but then with king on g3, or maybe after h6 we just remove the king first. I somehow feel like if you waste the tempo, then it is justified that I move out of all checks, and anyway you don't have a real big threat.
And the only move which makes some progress, meaning c3, actually leaves the queen even.
Exactly. That is the right moment to sacrifice.
Yeah, probably then king h2 is the most convincing.
Yes, and then finally this whole triangle, this tango with the king will finally reach its final destination. Yeah, Sarana is looking, he wants to make a move in order to put Vincent under pressure on the clock. Certainly, when you think like you are probably losing and your opponent has little time on the clock, you don't want him to get extra time to think in your own time.
But bishop c4 was a very clumsy move. I was very surprised.
It kind of helped Vincent.
Yes, because he had a problem piece. Yes. The bishop on f1.
And he also anyway wanted the king on h2. Yeah, he wanted to continue this walk.
No, I mean he didn't make his best, the best out of his practical possibilities.
Probably, yeah. But also imagine playing this position from the black side. Yeah, that the knight cannot move, the rook cannot move, and the queen apparently on a1 was doing extremely well.
No, generally speaking, I would say that so far this was a brilliant game by Vincent.
Yeah, well, but I'm very afraid always to say something like this before the game is not over. Yeah, because
no. I mean, so far, of course, anything can happen.
Yes. Yes. But the body language of Vincent signals that he is now kind of satisfied and happy, because he has a direction. Yeah, it is always the worst thing is the clock is ticking down. Maybe you are completely winning, but you don't know what to do with it. And he has a clear vision.
But I cannot read Sarana so well.
Well, Sarana is trying to show to Vincent that I have a defense. You see how, like, I'm calculating, I know you're attacking me, that I find something. Look at this, how he's nodding with, and he is giving a check, queen b2 check. No, sorry, no check, because king is already on g3. Yes,
b2.
Queen b2, so he wants to come back.
To b8.
He wants to give a check to that king. So probably this is the moment when Vincent has to kind of go for the sacrifice, and he's checking that this is the moment he has to sacrifice.
Yes, I think so.
Because this case against queen b8 check, we can play bishop f4, and if this
the threat is always there.
FG queen h6, king g8, rook h5 line, it seems like
the king hides.
It doesn't really matter if you give a check or not. So let's see. Nyapo is there checking it out.
Queen b2 was also a brilliant move because it breaks a bit. I mean,
exactly.
Obviously, Vincent had calculated all the
logical
moves. Things.
Yes.
No?
And he takes bishop g5 on the board.
Okay.
F take g5 played. Queen h6 check. Yeah, Vincent goes for the systematic.
Okay.
King g8 and rook h5. That's what we are expecting.
So this avoids the perpetual.
Yeah, the king can hide on h2. And against queen b8 check, we have king h3. So we very much somehow feel that rook h5
Yeah, and otherwise knight f7 we take, and okay, it's equal material.
Yeah, and we also have this queen e6 check, which is killing black
yes,
completely.
Yes.
Yes, that is the big difference, because there we were talking about the bishop on d5 and queen on d6 when knight f7 worked.
Yes.
That was a different story. So I'm pretty sure now Vincent will play rook h5. Yep, he's about to make it. On the and a stare at Sarana. What do you have in mind?
Show me.
Yes, show me, because I don't see it. Yes. And yeah, we see the nervousness.
Yeah, but Sarana misplayed it with bishop c4. I couldn't understand the move, because it solves...
Yeah, he rushed too much also, because after king f2, maybe there was some chance to pose some questions. And it also signaled that Vincent was not comfortable sacrificing on g5 as long as there is this bishop on d5. Yeah, there was this psychological battle going on between the players. And now there is clarity. This is what
Vincent knows that he's winning, but he knows that he has to stay with that pressure. I mean, if Sarana, he can think for 20 minutes and not move. And to keep Keimer, this is what I would do.
In that moment after king f2?
No, here.
But here I would say that, okay, please think as much as you want, because I already know what's going on.
It's too simple.
It's too simple, yes. Yeah. And you have 30 seconds increment, yeah? This is...
Maybe instead of queen b2 to do that.
Yeah, queen a3 check is played, yeah, so actually the queen will get to d6. A very sneaky check, this queen a3. And then knight f7. Because, yeah, king h2.
But maybe king f2 now.
Yeah, king f2, but then queen b2 check.
And you still
anyway,
take with...
Yeah, so probably we'll have to get to this king h2, queen d6 check.
g3, let's say.
Or king h3 or g3, h3, yeah, king h3, and then knight f7, and we will be getting this technical position. This is great news for Sarana if he gets there. Wait a second, did actually Vincent miss this queen h3 just as we did? What a sneaky move. Brilliant defense by Sarana.
But maybe king...
Vincent cannot believe it. Yeah, he just completely missed it.
But maybe king f2, queen b2. Okay, king g1, queen takes d4 check. But he gets to d6 anyway.
Wow, no, this he haven't seen it coming. He haven't seen it coming. This is a shock. Maybe Sarana escapes thanks to this queen a3 check, combined with the fact that Vincent is down to 1.5 minutes, even less now.
But the position is good for white anyway, probably, no? But not so clear. The c pawn is
not
alive.
So clear. There is the c pawn, and there is the game is still in progress. Yeah, he moves the king back to h2. Queen d6 check is blitzed out. Okay, now king h3 is so much more natural than king h1, because the c pawn maybe queens them with check.
Yes.
You don't want to do that. You are hiding it on h3. That's kind of... Also, g3 weakens the king too much. Exposes too early, I believe. King h3 would be the natural move. Yeah, on the board.
Maybe after knight f7, can't we mate in a different way?
Yes, so we are seeing this line, and look at this, the evil bar drops.
This is what I meant,
Yes.
not to take. I wanted to just calculate the rook takes g5. Maybe it's a mate.
Yeah, maybe, but you see, this is what's happening, because he missed it completely.
Yes,
and exactly, knight f7, rook g5. But
I was just saying that maybe you mate on f7.
But now Sarana is in the game. Who knows? Maybe he can... I mean, he has chances to escape. Rook h6 is, of course, a big threat. That's what Vincent is relying on.
No, but if the position is really balanced, then...
then we have to show that, rook takes g5, knight g5 takes, and then queen h5, yeah?
Yes, that was my idea, to mate.
And king g7 is kind of forced. Check.
Still, this I didn't see.
This. And it still goes on, because we cannot play king h4.
Maybe you can play g3.
Wow, but that's also not easy.
But can we play g3? No.
Well, if we play g5, then there's rook f8 defending. Yes. At least humanly it looks like. Maybe it does not. Wow, okay, so it was crazy. It looks like it should be winning according
let's
to
check
computer.
How is the win, because I'm curious. We have to see.
After king h6.
So g3 now. How is g3?
No, g3 cannot. This gives time. No, maybe f6. Even here, maybe f6.
F6 threatens mate. Yes.
Maybe f6.
It's simple. Yes,
because queen g7 is a mating
threat.
threat.
Or queen h5 is a mating.
And queen h5 is also mate.
And it's this.
Wow, it would have been incredible.
If king g5,
and look at this, Sarana removes his jacket. He knows that finally, for the very first time in this game, I'm back. I have everything to play for. I'm removing the jacket
no,
to be ready.
From a practical point of view, he's better.
Well,
I mean, the position is about...
well, we don't know. Maybe black still has to play very well in order to keep the balance. I don't know, because rook h6 is a huge threat.
Yeah, but okay, queen takes d4. What happens after queen takes d4?
In this moment, queen d4. Okay, I still play rook h6.
But what is your threat after that?
Well, okay, I have queen h5 check, rook e6. I have coordination, but certainly, okay, one could see that Vincent, this is the typical story, that Vincent thought that game is over when he sacrificed on g5 and then missed queen h6
I was
check.
1 second too late to stop him from taking on f7. I was just saying that I want to mate on f7.
Yeah, but there was no way stopping him, because he had no time and he was emotionally finished. That how could he have missed this queen h3? He got under the influence. Yeah, Sarana picks up the pawn on d4, rook h6 blitzed out, and a completely new game has started.
No, I mean, it's double-edged. I don't know if...
But I think white is safe, because white has always kind of perpetual check with so much activity.
Yes, it's also true.
So I would still be worried to be black here, but maybe exactly with this queen d3 check, and then provoking g3 and then going, I mean, I cannot even play g3, but actually, where do I hide my king against the checks? After queen d3 check, we have to play like king h4, king h3. I mean, king h4, king h2, probably king h2, because the rook protects the d6. I mean, there are so much emotions, it's impossible to keep track of everything.
C3, what if c3 simply?
Well, then rook e6 I want, intuitively. I don't know if you play c3, I intuitively wanted rook e6.
Okay, that's your...
and this feels very bad, yes. So I think Sarana is still under heavy pressure, and he played a move. He played queen c3 check, which is... this was the check that disturbed me, yes, exactly. That king h2, queen e5 check, king h4, queen e1 check, and maybe it's just a draw by force.
If g3, then queen on the back rank.
Then back rank, and then the king is too weakened, yeah. That's it. Yeah, exactly. Just with move, pair move. Yeah, and look at Vincent cannot believe. Yeah, it's draw. It will be repetition of moves, perpetual check. What an escape by Sarana, by putting pressure on the clock. Vincent won the battle over the board, but he lost the battle on the clock, and finally it equaled out.
Right in the moment when he had to take the last important decision, rook g5, he was down to 1 minute.
He was done, and he was emotionally finished that queen d6 check.
Yes,
I missed.
But okay. Let's say rook g5 was the final thing, but when
and look at the disappointment. Yeah, the king h2, queen e5, because he has to kind of come to terms that he cannot even play the game. It's over. It is perpetual check. Queen c3, queen takes d4, and queen c3.
So the right thing was to win the game when he had 10 minutes.
Yeah, he had to win with 10 minutes with bishop takes g5 and f6.
I mean, you have 10 minutes, you can calculate. You are strong, you can calculate it.
Yes.
That's because after that it can get confusing.
It can get confusing. You have 1 to a minute,
1 minute you
and then comes the surprise. If the surprise would have not happened, he just cannot believe.
With 10 minutes you can calculate. You spend 9 minutes on it, and then you go for it. You have the increment.
Vincent just cannot believe. And the tournament is extremely grateful and happy for Sarana saving this. Maxim Vachier-Graf had already caught up with Vincent Keimer, and all the players who will be winning on 5.5 points, they will be just half a point behind. By the way, Vincent has to play black against MVL. That's how dramatic and decisive this miss was.
I'm not so experienced with freestyle chess. Is there any position in which it's a mutual Zugzwang? I mean, playing with white, it can be a bad thing?
No, there is no.
You just said that
impossible, yes.
You just said that MVL
and the handshake, and let's see what the players will probably, Sarana will tell that you had rook g5. Vincent said, I cannot believe. Sarana said, I was completely lost. I cannot believe what happened. Vincent still doesn't see where was the mate, cannot believe what happened, how he did not win this game. It just goes on to show that nerves, the tournament, 4th day of double runs, all the tension, and the clock pressure. And they are smiling. They both know that this was a miracle.
No, but it was a fantastic game to follow.
It was a fantastic game. It would have been even more fantastic if Vincent wins, I guess, for the crowd. Yeah, can you imagine now the crowd knows that, wow, Vincent had a chance to finish the game and be the sole leader going into the final round. And there is probably resignation by Yakuboev. We just catch the resignation, I believe. This means that, yeah, Vincent, Magnus has won his game. He's within striking distance, half a point behind the leaders.
So how is Gata doing, Gata Kamsky?
Gata is still, well, we will get the bird's eye view soon. Maybe let's get the bird's eye view first. So, we already know, Magnus Carlsen has won. He's half a point behind. Maxim Vachier-Graf, thanks to, with this win, he caught up with Vincent Keimer. They are sharing the lead, going to the final round, and they will be facing each other. No way out of that. Vincent had the chance to win the game, but Sarana by miracle escaped. And then the big question that all the players on 5.5, like Nyepo, who is putting tremendous pressure throughout the game, and he's up on the clock, and also the computer now, again, is in his favor. It always looked very good for him, so no real surprise there. And Kamsky against Abdusatov, well, it's a bit dangerous for White with this jumping knight, but probably it's holdable.
Yeah, but then the end game maybe a bit dangerous for Black, but not too
well,
much.
Basically, if there is nothing concrete, then there is nothing to worry about with White. Then it's of course a draw.
Yes.
The clock situation, yeah, Kamsky is known to be controlling the clock. Yeah, he still has 5 minutes.
The only problem for Black is that he has the pawn on f6. With the pawn on f7, I would feel much...
Of course. With pawn on f7, we would really be very ambitious. Because like this long... But okay, Black has always king h6 whenever White
G5,
suddenly
G5.
gets a queen g8 check. Yes. We can always walk away.
G5, knight f4 may be such a plan of...
It looks solid enough. But I'm still under the influence of what we have seen on the top boards. Yeah, the nerves are playing tremendous part.
I was really lucky to join the comment.
At the most dramatic moment.
Yes. And the positions were...
yes.
This initiative, White, on the first move, White played knight g3 with initiative.
Exactly, yeah, all this c4, f4, knight g3 combined. We have also seen, I think the move of the novelty of the day was this e5 move by MVL that he understood, and finally he also was rewarded that this creates such a mess that please show me. I'm such a master in this type of positions. Please show me with the ticking clock in 90 minutes game, you are able to prove what computer is saying, that White is objectively better in the mess, but practically speaking, it is anybody's game.
Yes, the other games were...
well, let's see
easier to understand.
The other
somehow.
games easier, but let's take a look at the bird's eye view of the other games, because I think there are still some more players. Are there some more players?
Yusupov with Aronian.
No, I think no. The other, maybe Aryan Chopra.
You mean who
they're
have
on
chances
5.5.
for anything?
Can we get confirmation? Are there any other players on 5.5 so that we know that their win would mean so much? I believe not. By the way, we promised to also look at Yusupov versus Aronian.
It's an ending. Apparently not much going on.
Yeah, Aryan Chopra is on 5.5, and Fedosiev is on 5.5. Yeah, actually, whoever wins that game, and Chopra seems to be completely winning, then Chopra will be moving to 6.5 points. What a surprise.
Niemann, how is Niemann placed?
Well, he has only 5 points. He lost 2 games yesterday, 2 consecutive games.
Two. Okay, I was aware of one.
Yeah, he lost both games yesterday.
He's worse, yeah? He's a piece down? Okay, for 2 pawns.
Well, we see Kadrich beat Dominguez.
Wow.
That's a big news for Kadrich, and of course very sad news for Dominguez and his fans, with that loss, he's completely out of any race for good prize money. But okay, all eyes on the players who have 5.5 points. Let's just say that also the computer says it's draw in Yusupov against Adonyan position, but this is humanly a total nightmare. When the knights start jumping on all the weaknesses, I wouldn't be surprised if Levon wins this.
Yes, because the bishop doesn't have.
I'm, for example, having a plan like going knight e1, inviting g3, then going back to d3, f2, e4, and then I will target c3 and g3 pawns. Good luck defending that. Yes, okay, king f4, bishop b4. Yeah, Arthur actually played g3, indicating that I give you this. Please do it, because I believe in he has bishop a5, bishop b4 always. So
Yes,
he will never be in Zugzwang.
With the knight on a4, yes. With
Yes.
the knight on a4, he has that.
Okay, so Arthur, the maestro, probably will save it. Hans Niemann is fighting against Shashikira in a very tough battle.
No, it's already bad.
According to computer, it's already bad. But as you highlighted, he is a piece
He's a piece
down.
down, yeah.
So actually, he needs a miracle. Levon goes for knight f2 against, and there we have. Let's just treasure this moment for a second. Arthur Yusupov against Levon Aronian. Two extraordinary, also gentlemen, not just brilliant players, legends.
And Aronian's usual beautiful shirts.
Yeah, always this extravagant
Yes.
shirt. And Arthur will be systematic. But does actually, wait a second, if you start with bishop b4, then I have knight h3 check, and then king h4, knight g1, and then the knight heads to e2, and I'm not sure if that changes or it does not change.
But king f4 now looks normal.
Yeah, king f4. But did Arthur play? No, Arthur plays bishop b4. It's still, is it fine? No, I think it's not fine. He fell into the trap, knight h3. And it's over. Knight h3 check, Levon tricked. I knew that this is, with little time on the clock, impossible to defend. King h5, knight g1.
Grandmaster Shuba used to say in Romanian that in time trouble the knight has many feet.
Of course, this jumping knight,
yes,
it just destroys you. Poor Arthur fell victim.
Yes. And how many endgames he won like this?
Yeah, and how much he has studied
yes.
and showed his students and everything. Yeah, he's a fantastic trainer. He's a beloved personality and everything.
Yes.
And then this happens to him. But I was very worried because, okay, forget the evil bar, the human eye immediately tells you that this is horrible. Aryan Chopra has already won his game against Fedoseev. And here basically it is game over. This might give us the chance to head back to see, for example, what Duda is doing and what Nyepo is doing, because they are playing on the big stage, and if they win, they will also get to 6.5 points.
So the question in Nepo's game is whether he can get... he got to the king.
He got to the king, yes. C7 check is played. Yeah, let's get Nyepo Mendonça on our screen. 11 minutes for Nyepo, 1 minute for Mendonça. It should be...
So the fortress fell down, but okay, he still has to take decisions probably.
It should be trivial. And we have some breaking news, guys. Stay with us. Something very good will happen to us. We'll have a very special guest showing his game. But before we set him up, let's just look at this position. What is this? 36 seconds for Mendonça. How do you survive this against Nyepo? How do you keep on going this position? That is the big question. That is a very big question. Yes, and now already you might have suspected I revealed. Yeah, by the way, the game is still in progress. King b7 was played. But the breaking news is that we have none other than Magnus Carlsen with us. Magnus, congratulations on winning this crazy game. After like 1.5 hours, you guys just made 4 moves. Please tell us, I will give you the mouse so that you know that we appreciate very much you are here, but you are in command how long and how much you want to show us.
Yeah. First of all, I think this tournament has shown more than anything else, like how much the starting position can matter in certain situations. And when we revealed this position, I was just thinking, oh, this is fantastic. This is very interesting.
But for whom? Yes?
No. I understood. Like my position is super dangerous, but we're not gonna have a boring game. Like well, obviously I didn't see every game, but every game that was on the stage was just like
amazing,
absolute
yes.
fireworks, because you just have like really weak squares and some badly placed pieces, a king in the center, and like basically on the first few moves you're going to have some kind of skirmish. And
also the bishops cannot neutralize each other.
No,
like
that's true. Like when you have the bishops in the corner, normally there will be some kind of double fianchetto and a very long game as well. Knights in the corner are terrible. And yeah, this usually means, like the rooks are well placed, queen is well placed, and so on, but it seemed like there's a lot of potential. And so here, I was thinking for a little bit already, because it's not so obvious to allow this, but this stuff as well, which I saw that others played, it looked, I don't know, it looked a bit dangerous to me. Like I saw that MVL played this, but I didn't consider that.
It was very interesting. Computer disliked it, but it was just impossible to navigate.
Yeah.
We understood nothing about it.
No, I didn't understand anything either. Watching from afar, but this also goes to show when you get such a kind of non-standard position, everybody has their own idea of how to handle it and so on. And it seemed to me that what Mendonça did was also quite interesting. I was considering that. I guess bishop, or maybe he played. No, I think he played.
No, it was knight g3, g6, and
G6.
he blundered, I think, bishop d4 because it is not so familiar to this.
No. I'm sure he didn't blunder it.
He didn't, but
no,
it
he didn't.
Promising.
I think he just. I think he kind of just misevaluated, to be honest. But because I looked at this, and I thought, well, it just looks too dangerous. I don't want to play this, but I can understand why he would. Like if you have some time here to develop and so on, I can understand. Like c4 is hanging and so on, but it didn't seem very good. Okay, regardless, c5. I mean, there are other moves possible, like f4, for instance, but of course this looks very logical. And here I was considering this as well. And here I think rook c7 is possible, and if this is taken,
double attack.
Big double attack. Yes. And I mean, I'd probably have more or less reasonable compensation regardless.
And then what?
But I didn't like queen c2. And then, for instance, if queen c7, he gets g3 and f4, and this didn't seem very good. For instance, here. Oh, there's f5, and there's also g4, and I didn't like that. So I decided just to kind of try and play tactically already with queen c7. g4 was expected to stop f5, and now knight b6. Yeah, this is a big moment, of course, since I mean, knight g3 is incredibly natural, but then all hell just breaks loose immediately. So, like he mentioned, the move d3 after the game. But here I thought maybe I could go for like e6, intending d5 or f5. I think if I get f5, I'm completely fine. So this is kind of normal, and I don't know, knight g6, preventing f4, for instance. Always with some d5,
very complex.
Very, very complex. No idea how to evaluate it. Also, knight g6 immediately, maybe. I don't know. It didn't seem unplayable to me. Yes, my pieces are in some weird squares, but so are his. Like, I can all of a sudden like castle queenside sometimes, and there's going to be some kind of crazy skirmish probably going. But obviously, I was very happy to see this. Since now I can just this is like nothing even resembling normal chess. This is a just completely different game.
But also never have seen this in freestyle yet.
Yeah,
we have
that's
been
the thing.
playing
Like
and
this
covering.
doesn't look like anything we've seen at all. And so, yeah, this was. Of course, I was hoping just out of curiosity to see this move, and here, f4 was my idea.
Yes.
For instance, knight e4, f3.
Locking.
Yeah,
locking
and
down the
this,
bishop.
I thought, oh, the computer really hates this. Okay.
So queen e5 maybe?
Maybe queen e5 and rook f4. Maybe that's the move. I was also looking at this. Knight f3,
And
rook
takes.
f3.
Enjoying, yeah? Enjoying life.
And this, knight f4. So here, queen b2. Here, and I thought e6. Apparently that's a bad move. It's still winning. But it's, I mean,
You
obviously
love the picture, yeah?
yeah. Obviously this could, he's never going to allow that. And yeah, otherwise, I think after something like knight f5 as well, I think also f3 here is possible. I guess maybe.
Yeah, our feeling was also that
also this.
after
at least
f4, you are just playing for advantage.
Yeah, I thought so too. Like here as well, it should be better for black. And yeah, I thought maybe f3. Okay, again, engine just thinks I'm an idiot.
But actually, f4 was very strong. We were praising f4. It took some time for Nodibek, and then you played f5. And what happens if he takes gf?
No, this is what I was expecting, and I thought, okay, I'll grab the pawn, I'll go back, and I have no idea. I thought, like, who's better and why? I have no idea. I mean, he has some kind of obvious compensation for sure, but it didn't seem, unless there's some queen c3, which I didn't really, I didn't see that. Maybe there's some concrete problem. T5.
Okay, anyway, very messy.
T5, I don't know. But this shocked me, absolutely.
And he kind of blitzed it out,
He blitzed it out as well. Like, I thought his intention was to do this. But also this didn't seem very promising to me, like knight b6, I think. And if bishop c5, there's d5. And I thought I'm doing well. And also, like here, queen d6. I should be doing really well.
Knight on g7, knight on a1, yeah?
No, but this was massive surprise, of course.
We were speculating that he missed that against d3. You have rook f4 from 5.
Yeah, I think maybe he did. Yeah, I think maybe that was it. So I kind of played d5 a little bit too quickly. I thought maybe afterwards that maybe this was even better.
Oh wow.
Yeah, engine seems to like it. But I just I'd seen d5 from afar, and I thought, okay, I'm better, and I mean, I'm better, and I should be much better. But actually, it wasn't so clear at all. So, yeah, maybe his intention was d3, but he kind of sensibly decides to go for the endgame, because this looks really bad. But yeah, I don't think it's clear at all. d4 as well was possible, but he goes b4. Starts annoying me like this. Maybe some rook b1 in some lines. I wasn't so sure about that. So I went dc4, and like my big point here was if knight c2, I was going to go bishop f4, and then knight e3 is not possible, and probably bishop e3 should be played, but then even though his knight like semi-escapes,
you are
I have
collecting
so
too
many
much,
pawns.
yeah?
I have so many pawns. Oh, maybe g5 here.
Ho, 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 ho. What a pleasure.
Yeah, because I just saw that the engine didn't love the other moves, so I thought maybe there's something better. Yeah, okay, this just wins. No, see, rook c3 was really nice. I didn't see that at all.
Yeah, it felt like it's a brilliant idea.
I didn't really see it. I was just relying on knight c2, bishop f4. And now this. I mean, there was also rook f3, bishop b2. Probably you should give a check. Knight c2 and so on. But I couldn't see like a very clear refutation, but kind of common sense tells you that black is at least like significantly better. So this, knight f7, and here, yeah, bishop f2 I think was more or less losing. I think he needed to go rook h3. Well, engine again disagrees. And my idea was to do this here, knight e3, rook g6, and he has this, knight takes c4, and like surprisingly, he has enough tactics that I cannot actually consolidate. So I was intending to go bishop b8, king e6, and I thought this position was still incredibly dangerous for white.
But of course, if he knows that he can get here, then he will be very happy.
Then he would be very happy because, yeah, bishop f2, again, I hadn't seen this at all. But I think this just more or less loses the game. So here, like, this was a very tempting option, kind of, just to put everything on dark squares. But still, you know, I realized that kind of the more materialistic approach was better, and I think maybe he'd want to exchange normally you don't want to exchange rooks with this material imbalance, but I think maybe he'd want to, but here he also runs into this rook e5 here, and I think this is what I thought was completely winning. Rook c6 and then b5, and I get b. Okay, so bishop e5, but now, like, you can see that he can avoid the rook exchange in some lines, but it doesn't matter. Like, his pieces are too passive, especially the knight, and my rooks are super active. So, yeah, a3 kind of loses the game on the spot, but there was very little he can do, and now I got the chance to demonstrate some nice ideas. There was this as well. Many things win, but I thought the cutest was to go this and rook f4.
And trap the knight.
Trap the knight and f3, yeah. So rook f3, here bishop a5. Yeah, everything wins, but here it's a reminder that queening pawns is good, but also checkmate ends the game.
So. Yeah, wow, what a game. Yeah, crazy. We were also so much enjoying with my partner, Mihail Marin, that we had this fantastic starting position. Yeah, and then everything got out of control.
No, it really, like, to some extent, this tournament is playing freestyle is such an emotional roller coaster because there's been a few games like this one. Also, the day we played the two like normal chess positions, just with a little twist, that was fantastic. And then we just had one like super boring starting position.
Yeah, yesterday the first one.
The first one, and like especially when I get white in the first game, it's so incredibly frustrating. Especially as you've seen in these games, like Sarana doesn't have a lot of experience in freestyle, and he hasn't been playing the opening really well. And now he just gets a position where he can copy my moves. And yeah, the fact that he survived today was a miracle. But yeah, as today, you just get to create something completely new for move one, and that's, I guess, why we are.
Yeah, and one thing I cannot not ask. Yesterday, you had this incredible fight on the first board with Vincent. In retrospect, what kind of emotions you have, because you were on the back foot, but you also missed this rook takes f, and I was calling out in the broadcast that please don't tell it to Magnus before he reaches his room. What do you think of yesterday's clash?
No, I was honestly just. I think it was really sunny and it was so hot in the playing hall that it was impossible to focus. So I wasn't too harsh on myself for anything. I think naturally we both missed many things, but that's impossible. And
when did you spotted your short castle save? When did you spot that one? Because
that I spotted early on, but at that point, like, I'd completely lost the thread so many moves ago. Like, I was very happy that I got this ED4 F5 stuff, and then like I thought I should be better, but honestly, like, I played this move knight a6, which was terrible. But the thing was that I was literally thinking, like, I have too many choices. Like, I can play h5, I can play knight d7, I can play knight e6.
I was mostly bishop c7 also.
Knight a6, I can play bishop c7. Like, all of my minor pieces, except for the f5 bishop, has like 2 or 3 choices. And my brain was just completely overheating with the choices that I make. And I thought, like, knight a6, this is probably not the right choice, but I have no idea what to do. And that just goes to show how difficult it is. And of course, he completely outplayed me for the next few moves, and I was just trying move by move to survive. And this, yeah, rook f5, I would have been upset, except I didn't see it at all. So
yeah, we neither. And one more question to the tournament situation. I think that after Vincent drew his game, MVL has won. Now it is anybody's tournament, basically. What do you feel? How do you feel going into the final round?
I think that 6.5 from 8 is a very decent score, and it's not in my hands. I'll try and play a good game. I know that I have a somewhat decent tiebreak at least, but if I play a good game and I don't win the tournament, that's fine. If you score 8 of, like, scoring 9 out of 9 is obviously very good, but 8 out of 9 is just also incredibly good. So if somebody does that by winning the last game, congrats.
Yeah, well, congrats to you for winning now and for last year's 9 out of 9. I was speculating about that. If you would do another 9 out of 9, it would not be fair, because then your last year's result would not be that historic. Then it becomes everyday business. That's what we like, when there is some history written. Last year, 9 out of 9, that was something special. And we wish you the best of luck for the last round, and may the best win the tournament.
Yeah, thank you. And I will say that I didn't mind that I managed to stop Vincent from getting 9 out of 9, because, like, I did remember that from 2014 as well, when I had a lost position. I was outplayed by Fabi in game 8 there in the Sinkfield Cup, and I was thinking afterwards, well, I really wanted to win the game, but okay, at least I stopped him from, I stopped the streak.
Yeah, thank you very much, and have a good rest and be ready for the final game. Thank you.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, that was Magnus Carlsen, the best player of all times, winning his game against Nodirbek Yakuboyev. And it's always such a joy to see this incredible love of the game, the passion that Magnus brings, and explains that, wow, how fascinating he finds the starting positions. And yeah, it is just a treat. It would be nice to keep him longer, but if we keep him longer, then he will not come next time. Yeah, so I'm always trying to, find the balance that Magnus gets the mouse. He shows us as many lines as he pleases, and then he shares his thoughts. We appreciate it. It's fantastic. But he has one more game to play, the final game. So best of luck to him and to everyone else. And here, who needs best of luck is Gata Kamsky. It should be a draw, but the knight is jumping. Knowing his class, clearly we believe that this is just a matter of technique. A walk in the park for Gata. Abdusatulov will be testing him a little bit, but I don't think, Mikhail, what do you think?
Well, the similarity with Yusupov's endgame is only optical.
Yes.
So two few points.
And one very important news, Duda has won his game against Mursin, which means that Jan Krzysztof Duda is also on 6.5 points. And everything to play for.
But Nepo doesn't have an advantage
Wow,
anymore.
Nepo, wow, we have to go there. I was assuming that he has already won, and what they are signing the score sheets, which means that it should be a draw. Yeah, it is a draw. What an escape by Leon Luke Mendonça against none other than Jan Nepomniachtchi. Can you believe this?
But how did it go? Because he played c7 and okay, actually I said that he still has to work out details, but he got closer to the king. Okay, that was...
Yeah, one thing that the position is dangerous, but look at the clock situation. 47 seconds versus 11 minutes against Nepo in this situation. I think Nepo just cannot believe what happened, because like this, he already, he's shaking his head. He cannot believe what happened. There is no way he can win the tournament anymore, because he's on 6 points after this draw. Nodirbek Abdusatov is looking at the distance. He knows that it's a draw, but out of frustration, he is playing it out. But let's see what happened here. C7, check, king b7, knight c6.
But knight c6 maybe is not on the right...
wow, black sacrifices the queen
and then there
for
is
a fortress.
There is a chance, yes, of a fortress.
Takes. Queen e6. Well, it's a little bit strange. Yeah, it looks like with the b pawn and the queen and so many problems, there should be something.
Rook e8 probably, no? Rook d8.
Rook d8 played. The players now repeating.
But rook d8 is not good, apparently, no?
Yeah, rook d8 not good. I'm just keeping an eye also on the Gata game. Apparently, the players are kind of repeating. No, they don't repeat. Nodirbek still wants to jump around with the knight. But okay, good luck to him. Gata is a rock. We believe, we trust. Yeah, and there's a handshake. That's it. Draw in this fantastic game, but this is not a good result for any of them. They are also stuck on 6 points, heading to the final round. The good news for Nodirbek that he has actually already qualified for next year's Freestyle World Championship after taking bronze medal in Weissenhaus this year. So rook d8 was a mistake, but okay, queen d5, it looks exactly, I thought, like if queen c6 check comes, then it should be a win. Mendonça just walks away with his king. Does this work? Nepo picks up the a5 pawn, but now suddenly king c6, and black has cemento.
Yes.
Black has cemento. Nepo rushed too much. And look at this, 9 minutes, 39 seconds. Basically, he was not spending any time. He probably believed that, I'm gonna win this.
He acted like he was in time trouble.
Yeah.
But actually, the opponent was in time. He played more quickly than his opponent. Almost.
Yeah, queen a4 check, king c5, another precise move. Apparently, black is not even picking up the pawn. Could he have picked up the pawn, or then white has some queen d7 kind of ideas, and all of a sudden the pieces are loose?
Yeah, with a little time on the clock, that's not what you want now.
Yeah, that is very tricky. So king c5, amazing stuff, yeah, because this b6 pawn was hunting him, but with 1 minute on the clock still. Look, Leon Mendonça, amazing defense here, and Nepo is kicking himself because he tried something, but now already black takes. There is no more queen d7. Queen f6, king c6, king g1, rook e8. The rook falls behind the pawn, and it's clear that you take rook e5, but black is just way too active. In fact, you have to be careful. If you don't give perpetual check, black activates the knight, and only black can pray for a win.
Because there are moments when there would be no perpetual check. So
yes, so from this moment on, it's clear that Nepo probably thought like, I can maybe try something, but finally I have to. E-pawn is coming. And the repetition, wow. Nepo will be kicking himself. He was pressing throughout the game. He had the time advantage.
But okay, the position was not clearly won.
No, of course not.
Okay, of course, C7 is a move you make easily, but then you have to think.
Of course,
I mean, it was much less clear cut than Keimer's. Okay, Keimer's game was very. You had to calculate it a bit.
Yes.
But
maybe actually now, because we have little time, let's just very quickly revisit that game and show our public who has maybe missed out on that moment. That where was this? The critical moment was actually here. I think that at this moment after King G3, Vincent probably believed that that's it. I have a clear vision. My king is escaping, and I'm setting up the takes, Queen H6, Rook H5 win. It's a methodical win. I have 2.5 minutes on the clock. Game is over. Yeah, I feel that this very much affected what happened in the game because, first of all, Sarana played the move Queen B2 that we immediately praised that, wow, we hadn't seen it coming, clever, but we were thinking only about this check.
Yes, not
and
on
I'm
Queen
pretty
H3.
sure that Vincent also saw like that his body language was, Queen B2, okay, that's all you got, thank you very much.
Why didn't he take on A2?
Well, also to keep this Queen B8.
Maybe the Queen B8 is important in some lines.
You know, and it is psychologically very important. If you take here, your opponent automatically calculates Queen A3 with pin and coming back to D6. But after Queen B2, you are little time,
you think
short
only
on time,
of Queen B8,
only of Queen B8.
Like we did.
And then Vincent thought like, wait a second, but it does absolutely nothing to stop my plan. Okay, I take, check, King G8, Rook H5, and that's it, game over, Queen B8, check, King H3. We signed the score sheets, and I'm leading the tournament. And that moment when Queen H3 check happened, and I realized that I completely missed it, and I know Vincent, of course, very well. I looked at him, and I could see on his body language that he's completely shocked that how could I have missed it. And these 2.5 minutes were not enough for him to calm down and get to the position one more time from the beginning. Yeah, he carried all those emotions, and that's how he missed this beautiful tactical shot that apparently after King H3, Knight F7, he would have found. If this is the starting position of the game, then he finds it immediately. But under the influence, yeah, all the stress and everything, he felt like EF7 is like automatic move, yeah, because this move he blitzed out because he gets the 30 seconds, so he basically instantly took. Believing probably that I spoiled it, but okay, actually Rook H6 and I have very good position, but maybe misjudged that actually move per move, Black has this Queen C3 check and gives perpetual.
But do you think he thought so far? I think he simply panicked and took the knight.
No, he took the knight. No, he took the knight.
I don't think his thoughts were so far.
No, I think his thoughts were like he calmed himself with the fact that, yes, okay, I mean, he was in a state of shock that maybe I can still press.
Yeah, okay. No, here when he reached this moment.
Yes, that I can still press.
While the opponent was thinking. But yeah, something like that.
So for him...
But when he took on F7,
but for him it would have been extremely good if he said E takes F7 would have been a horrible mistake and he would have been forced to think. Because he simply did not think about alternatives. He didn't have another candidate move at this moment. So let's just revisit because it was beautiful. Rook G5, Knight G5, Queen G5, King F8, and the key move is, of course, this little Queen H5 move, not allowing Black's king to run away. Queen F7 checkmate is a threat, so King G7 is obligatory. Now, of course, White can even start with F6 now that we already know the motive of F6.
Yes.
King F6, Queen F7, check. Thank you very much. How exactly is it? Thank you. Yes, because this G5 check, King G7,
Queen F7,
and Queen F7,
or King H4, G4.
Or King H5, G4.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is a win, or, I mean, checkmate, or Black takes with the pawn on F6, then we checkmate with the pattern that we have already noticed before.
For practical reasons, F6 at once is better because it's with a check.
It forces matters.
You don't have to calculate.
So basically, it was just if Vincent can control his emotions for 5 seconds and can ask that, wait a second, do I have a candidate move? If he asks this question to himself, he wins the game. He will immediately spot this because it's kind of trivial on this level for him, but he was under shock. And under shock, he just took the knight, and Sarana escaped with this perpetual check. and saved. And the tournament, it is wide open, because what we have, I think, let's take a look at the results. Probably we don't have, but the results. We know that Vincent was leading alone. He drew with Alexei Sarana, who was half a point behind. So Vincent is now sharing the lead because Maxim Vachier-Lagrave has won that critical game against Pranav. And the good news is we actually have the standings ready. So let's just enjoy what a chaotic situation it is. So one thing is for sure, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, who played with black, will have the white pieces against Vincent Keimer. The two leaders face each other. And then Sarana, Carlsen, Duda, and Aryan Chopra on 6-0. And now take a look how disappointing Nepo is, because otherwise he would have joined this pack of players who have serious chances. Nepo also played against many players, just like Magnus highlighted that he thinks he has quite a decent tiebreak because he had played against very tough oppositions. The same applies, of course, to Vincent. Yeah, we have seen his road all the way. He was facing fantastic players. Everything to play for. Mihail, please share your thoughts. You came at the right time.
Yes, that was fascinating, but then there was, I mean, the only thing that haunts me is this missed win. I identified myself, because it was also my kind of position.
Yes.
What he did from the opening and all the things, it was my kind of position. And yeah, but I'm okay, that he didn't say rook takes g5, I had just seen it, but okay, he was with the...
Yes, I remember that you shouted out that rook g5, it's a mate.
Mate on f6, I said something on mate of f6, I couldn't express.
But somehow you were late with a fraction of a second. And then Vincent already had the pawn in his hands, grabbing the knight.
But let's not forget that bishop c4 was a very, very weak move.
Well, in retrospect, we have to actually say that it was a brilliant move because it worked out.
Yes, but what he can really be sorry about, and I'm sorry about from his point of view, is that when he had 10 minutes, he didn't go for, after queen b4, he didn't go, he could, with 10 minutes you can calculate.
Yes.
And it's relatively...
And it's a forced line, very forced line.
Yes, two lines, more or less, 2 lines you have to calculate, maybe 3, and you can do that. You are a strong player, you calculate, you are young, you can do that. But you have to put, but you never know.
But the problem is that if you don't win there, you can lose. Yes, that is the problem. He had too much of a good position.
If it turns out that bishop takes g5 is not winning and you spend all your time there, but yeah, it's difficult.
Yes.
I mean, this is why chess is like this.
And it's such a beautiful game that you never know exactly, and this is also already round number 8, the final day, the 5th day of this incredible tournament. Yeah, we did hear from Magnus as well that, yeah, when the sun is shining outside and with all these spectators and with all the excitement everybody is, then it can get very hot in the playing court. Let's not forget about all the lights. That's why we see the players so nicely.
I like when the sun shines from my back and my opponent cannot see anything. My opponent is blinded.
Yes, well, I think that they are actually quite safe on stage about this, but we have all these reflector lights. They also automatically generate a lot of heat.
Yeah.
And then all this together combined, the players are fighting. It's a very grueling format. That's why we appreciate their efforts even more. The organizers are trying everything. This is like force majeure. What can they do that the sun is shining suddenly in Karlsruhe in
I remember
early April?
Was a weapon against this. You know, Oscar Castro, he was an international master from Colombia. He beat Petrosian once after rejecting the draw 3 times. And once it was hot in Spain at a tournament, he took the cap of his son, who had some sort of ventilator. So it was a childish cap, but it has this ventilator. And so
the secret weapon.
Yeah, I mean, the man who had beaten Petrosian, yes, after rejecting the draw 3 times.
Yeah, but okay, now that we have seen the results, we have seen the standings, a very tough final round is coming up. I think this is the moment when we have to close our broadcast. Say thank you very much for watching. Join us from 4 o'clock because you don't want to miss this crazy action. Everybody has a chance. Magnus Carlsen within striking distance. Duda, of course, the big clash between MVL and Vincent Keimer. Whoever wins that game actually takes the title and takes the ticket to next year's FIDE Freestyle World Chess Championship to Weissenhaus. But if the MVL game with Vincent ends in a draw, then all the chasers who were there, Duda, Sarana, Magnus Carlsen, and Aryan Chopra. Yeah, they are within striking distance that if that game ends in a draw, somebody wins, then they tie. And then who knows what will happen with the tie breaks and so on. Thank you very much for watching. We will be back 4 p.m., maybe 5 to 4 p.m. Have a good rest, have a good lunch, and see you soon.
Do you want to put your chess skills to the test? Now it's your move. Welcome to the world's largest chess tournament. You can look forward to the Grenke Chess Open with prize money of 70,000 euros and the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with prize money of 215,000 euros and a place in the 2027 FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. This is your chance to compete against the best players in the world, such as Magnus Carlsen and Vincent. Are you ready?